Not all men. I'll repeat it, just in case you didn't hear me. Not all men. I know I'm going to have to say it a few more times in this video. I know it's not all men. Women are constantly reminding ourselves that it's not all men, despite an increasing number of indicators otherwise. We put in the work every day to believe in the fundamental good of men, but it's getting harder. I started writing this long before the election, about 3 months before, in fact. I even considered making 2 versions of it because I am hyper aware that women being angry at men does not make them change their minds, and might only push them further towards radicalization. But then I realized that making a separate version of this video to cater specifically to men is once again taking on labor that should not be my responsibility. So what I have to say to those men who might have benefited from a different tone is this. If you are not open-minded and intelligent enough to listen to this video all the way through, then you are not a real man. If you blame your refusal to acknowledge others on my inability to speak more kindly to you, then you are not an alpha or a sigma or anything else. You're simply an Andrew Tate follower, an Asmongold follower, a Sneeko follower, a Ben Shapiro follower, a Trump follower, a sheep. Being a follower will not make you a real man, because you're not thinking for yourself. Watch this video. Understand that I don't hate you. I don't think that all men are inherently evil. I believe all of you are capable of empathy and warmth and growth and happiness. I love you as much as I can love the individuals in an oppressive political class. Anybody who tells you that all feminists hate men wants to keep you oppressed too. They know that if you start listening to women, you'll stop listening to them, and nothing scares them more, because they're not alphas. They're weak men who prey on you, and you deserve better. Not all men, but enough. Being a woman is exhausting right now. So is being queer. So is being visibly trans. Being a queer trans woman? Basically unbearable. Don't even get me started on being clockably non-cis or non-white, let alone the plight of people in countries like Palestine and the Congo, which I can barely comprehend. It's so haunting. But all I ever seem to hear whenever I turn on the news or open social media is about how men are in a loneliness crisis and nobody's talking about it. The news article equivalent of a comedian complaining about being cancelled during their sold-out Netflix taping. Surely, if nobody is talking about it, I wouldn't be hearing about it every other day. From the mouths of journalists all the way to random people on Twitter. Shitter. I'm not even disputing that there is a loneliness crisis among men. I'm sure there is one. I just fail to see how it's my problem.
Why are you hanging on?
Why do you make your lips red? Because they turn red during sexual arousal. That's why.
So tight to the rope that I'm hanging from.
Grab him by the foot.
Off this island. This was an escape plan. This was an escape plan. Carefully timed it. So let me go.
Buck fool crazy.
And dive into the waves below.
Okay, so let's talk about this loneliness epidemic, shall we? And I do want to reiterate before I get into this, I don't hate you. I don't think you're a bad person for not noticing how the system favors you. You only become a bad person once you know the disparity and pretend you don't in order to step on others. I'm sure most of you don't feel like you're doing that. In fact, I'm sure a lot of you, especially those who feel affected by the loneliness crisis, don't feel like you're privileged at all. I understand that, but if you have a mother you love, a sister, a daughter, a girlfriend, a wife, a female friend, or a trans non-binary person in your life that you love, and you ignore everything I'm about to say, you officially become part of the problem. That's when you become one of those men that no women will trust. That's when we start to hate you. We'll break it down point by point, and we'll start with the most obvious. These men's rights warriors talk about suicide rates and how men are almost twice as likely to take their own lives than women globally, and 3 to 4 times more likely if you narrow it down to just the Western countries. In Australia, where I currently am, the ABC reported in 2023 that a recent survey conducted by men's health organisation Healthy Male found that 43% of Australian men were lonely, with 16% experiencing high levels of loneliness. In the same article, Dr. Zach Seidler, a clinical psychologist, says, "We lose 7 men a day every day on average to suicide in this country." An American report by Equimundo in 2023 discovered that 2/3 of surveyed men between ages 18 and 23 say no one really knows me. And according to a 2021 study by the Survey Center on American Life, the share of men who lack a single close friend quintupled to 15% since 1990. Worse, 1 in 5 unmarried men report that they have no close friends, and 1 in every 4 of those younger than 30 say they have no close friends. What these reports don't often take into account is the extenuating circumstances around those issues. For example, you've probably heard the male suicide statistic before, but did you know that women are more likely to attempt suicide more than once, but men are more likely to succeed? Worldwide, the data pretty consistently demonstrates what researchers call the gender paradox, that there are around 3 to 4 male deaths for every female death, but that women are 2 to 3 times more likely to experience suicidal ideation. And for every attempt by a man, there are 3 attempts by women. What this means is that while more men die at their own hand, more women are self-harming and attempting to die at their own hands. Individual women are also more likely to attempt multiple times, while men succeed on the first try. There are a lot of ideas as to why these statistics are so striking, but the prevailing theory is that while women are more likely to attempt harm, men choose more lethal methods such as firearms, which in America are used in over 50% of suicides, or hanging, while women skew towards overdosing. Women are also more likely to call for medical attention after their attempt. So, statistically, men are not more suicidal than women. If anything, data proves completely the opposite. I will say this, you're clearly more committed to it, so props to you for that. This is a lighthearted joke from a fellow suicidal person, please don't get it twisted. But that doesn't mean there isn't a male loneliness epidemic, nor does it mean that men killing themselves isn't a huge problem. Anybody killing themselves is a huge problem. I'd like to prevent everybody from doing that. But the thing is, it's all well and good to shine a light on male suicide statistics, but by spotlighting those, other statistics go massively underreported. In 2022, around 80% of transgender people in the United States had considered suicide, while around 40% had attempted it. There has been an upward trend in both the considered and attempted suicide rate since 2000, when 61% of transgender people considered committing suicide and 28% had attempted it. 30% of cis queer teens considered attempting suicide in the last year. The rate of black women dying during childbirth is over twice the national average for Hispanic and white women. Put a pin in that, we'll get to it later. In Australia, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people experience a higher rate of suicide deaths than the general population. The statistics among white men are bad. Any rate of suicide above 0 is bad. But once again, returning it to the context of all in which we live and what came before us, it's not just a male loneliness epidemic. It's a human loneliness epidemic. It's a targeted destruction of safe third spaces and self-presentation until nobody feels safe. We shouldn't compare rates of suicide because it feels inhumane to pit people's misery against each other. But if men are going to keep asking us to, then I will keep reminding them that women and queer people and Indigenous Americans and Australians have a much higher rate of attempts than men do.
You want to know how I really know that the same people who cry about men's mental health and the male loneliness crisis are talking out of their asses? Because these are the exact same people who are going to go onto the post about Aubrey Plaza's husband killing himself and comment about how, she's free now. Oh, she's available, when there is literally an opportunity right there for you to talk about male mental health, male suicide statistics, the male loneliness crisis, whatever else, holding men up and making sure they're okay, and instead you're going to use that as a jumping off point to hit on a woman. Right.
But none of that discounts male suffering. It's not the oppression Olympics, where the saddest groups win the biggest prize. It's a rigged carnival game where all of us lose unless we stop playing. So, let's talk about all those reasons always cited for why men are dying prematurely. Not reaching their potential, financial issues, the role of men and masculinity in society, and feeling like they're not meeting it, no one they can speak to, stigma around mental health, fear of discrimination. A UK poll suggested that as many as 40% of men have never spoken to anyone about their mental health, despite over 3/4 suffering from common symptoms like anxiety, stress, or depression. I'm genuinely asking the men who might still be watching, even if you're hate watching, do you think that we, as women, as feminists, want that for you? Because as a lifelong feminist, I can promise you, we don't. We don't talk about destroying the patriarchy because we hate all men. We want to destroy it because it isn't benefiting anyone individually except for a select few elite straight white men on top of the food chain. They won't let those benefits trickle down to you, I promise. If you don't believe me, Google Reaganomics.
Bueller.
Feminists want men to have a better quality of life too. Maybe a small minority of us don't, but I promise you, it's a small minority. Patriarchy might have offered men superiority as a group over history, but individually it's caused no end of harm, because it requires us all to conform to extremely rigid gender roles. Women nurture, we empathize, we're weak, we're submissive, we're secondary. Men lead, they're stoic, they're strong, they're dominant, they're primary. Non-binary people, they're not real, don't be silly. Trans people, they're just confused. These ideas have bled into society so comprehensively that they're considered facts to a lot of people. But biologists, psychologists, and anthropologists all contend that so much of that is a manifestation of the socially enforced ideas of what men and women should be, and are not, in fact, biological imperatives.
And
Of course
but
not,
the problem
of
is,
course.
in this society, male energy, male thinking, male energy is vilified, and you're taught to think there's something wrong with being masculine.
There's also a really interesting point to be made about when people like Joe Rogan talk about masculine behavior being vilified, because when that kind of thing happens, it just makes me think, what is masculine behavior? Like, what specifically are you talking about that's being vilified? Quickly. Like, when I think about masculine behavior, like positive masculine behavior, I don't think that's been vilified at all. If anything, I think we're venerating that more than ever. So what are you talking about when you say that masculine behavior is vilified?
Quickly.
In simpler terms, you are trained to be a boy or a girl from birth because society says so. Or, for you right-wing anti-oversight people out there, the elites in control of the system are trying to tell you who you're allowed to be, and if you try to defy them, you'll be cast out. That's my Alex Jones impression. Turning the frickin' frogs gay.
Gender is a construct, and I know that because every time a man doesn't live up to that construct or dares to step outside of it, he is ridiculed. These rigid gender lines are only drawn to keep us from finding out that so much of society is built on bullshit.
As stated by renowned therapist and lecturer Terry Real in a 2018 interview with Forbes,
we all live under patriarchy, which is a rigid dichotomy of gender roles, and we all know what the dichotomy is. Traditionally, men are supposed to be strong and feel independent, unemotional, logical, and confident. Women are supposed to be expressive, nurturant, weak, and dependent. One of the things I say about those traditional gender roles is they don't make anybody happy, and they don't make for intimacy. I work with men and women all day long in both heterosexual relationships and same-sex relationships, and one of the things I've seen is that in order to lead men and women into happiness and intimacy with others, and really a good relationship inside your skin as well, we have to lead men and women out of the patriarchy, because the old rules were not built for intimacy and happiness. What I've seen is that the essence of masculinity is contempt for the feminine. Misogyny and masculinity are flip sides of the same coin. What it means to be a man today is to not be a girl, not be feminine. The contempt for the feminine is part of the patriarchal culture.
I remember an argument I had with my Christian studies teacher in high school about the evidence behind gender roles, because he cited a study done on babies or toddlers where they put boys and girls into a room with boys' toys, trucks, action figures, etc., and girls' toys, babies and prams and kitchen stuff, and that the boys automatically reach for trucks and the girls automatically reach for babies to nurture. I stuck my hand up, as I was wont to do, feel free to fake surprise here, and asked how it was possible that the study was unbiased. Because if they're babies, as in young enough not to have been influenced by any level of societal expectation or pressure yet, then they won't know enough to even know what trucks are or that they can play with them. And any child who has some level of comprehension will have already been influenced subliminally or otherwise by their own parents and the world around them. He tried to argue with me, at which point I asked to see the study. And he said he would try to find it after class and never did. But it stuck with me. So when I wrote this, I went to look for it online. The only one I could find that actually supported this idea that was done in recent years was this one, which was done in 2016. after I left school, and states that children as young as 9 months old prefer to play with toys specific to their own gender, which suggests the possibility that boys and girls follow different developmental trajectories with respect to selection of gender-typed toys, and that there is both a biological and a developmental environmental components to the sex differences seen in object preferences. And how did they get those results, I hear you ask? They studied 101 children between the ages of 9 and 32 months, 2.5 years. The study refers specifically to a familiar nursery environment for the children, and I'm quoting the article summary of it directly here, to investigate the gender preferences seen with toys. The researchers observed the toy preferences of boys and girls engaged in independent play in UK nurseries, without the presence of a parent. The toys used in the study were a doll, a pink teddy bear, and a cooking pot for girls, while for boys, a car, a blue teddy, a digger, and a ball were used.
I don't understand the appeal of this.
Because, as a young girl, you're supposed to be trained in the art of child rearing. That's how it is! Boys learn how to kill, and women learn how to nurture. That's how the 80s were.
And from that, they concluded that biological differences do play a part in gender. Do you see how maybe, just maybe, this might be a biased selection? Let's put aside that boys got 4 options and girls got 3, because I don't have time to unpack all of that, but I do want you to take note of it. In order for the children to have a familiar nursery environment, they must have been previously exposed to said nursery environment, which means that they are not free from societal influence. Their parents may have bought them certain toys that lean towards certain gender roles, in which case they'd be familiar with them. The familiar nursery environment might have a similar split in gendered toys, or they might have watched the older children play a certain way and are emulating that, because growing children learn by absorbing and copying. Hell, some of it could even be a total fluke, which we would never know because we can't ask half the children to explain their choices because, again, they're literal babies. One researcher noted that boys gravitated towards the ball most, and the youngest girls towards the cooking pot. And on the one hand, gross, and on the other hand, do you not think it might be because those are the toys that look the nicest to chew on? It also doesn't account for mood, familiarity with certain kinds of toys, color preferences, potential color blindness, or any confusion or indecision on behalf of the children, because again, they are too young to vocalize that. Also, interestingly, the older girls in the study tended to prefer the boy stuff over the girl stuff, which might have something to do with the boy stuff being a ball and a tractor, and the girl stuff being a doll and a cooking pot. Weirdly, once you actually know what a cooking pot is, it's a hard left towards throwing a ball around, rather than pretending to cook. You know, innate woman things. Cooking. It's fine. Like, imagining that that's a gender bi-essentialist thing is crazy, because, like, do you think we had cooking pots in caveman times? No. In order for the test to be watertight, you'd have to take a group of children from birth and place them in a completely genderless environment without outside influences, and then test their aptitude and preferences at select intervals. Now, I am not saying we should do that, largely because that's child abuse. All I'm saying is that we cannot ever create an unbiased study of children, no matter how young they are, because gender has played a part in the child's life from the moment it is born. Remember gender reveal parties? Yeah, exactly. Most of the other studies I found either couldn't conclude decisively either way, or even supported the idea that children don't prefer the correctly gendered toys. That study's from 2021, by the way. A 2023 review showed that gender preferences in play lean more heavily into the assigned gender of the child the older they get. You know, because we live in a society. Boys don't play with dolls, girls must play house, etc. It also states,
gendered categorization of toys limits experience-dependent learning in children, further contributing to gender stereotypes. Children tend to socialize themselves into gendered categories, and cultural gender stereotypes may give kids normative knowledge about what each sex should appear, behave, and think like. Eventually, gender-based prejudices and biases and unequal provision of opportunities during child development contribute to gender-specific underutilization in many occupations, such as in engineering fields. Hence, they must comprehend that limiting children's access to certain toy types could culminate in deterrence of exploring and learning key skills, severely limiting their social, cognitive, and emotional development.
In other words, we're training boys to be leaders from a young age, and not always allowing girls those same opportunities for growth, perpetuating the existing societal structure that is already skewed in men's favor. Patriarchy. That was only supposed to be a minor anecdote, but do you see how much work I had to do to debunk the prevailing ideas about children and gender? I combed through studies and reviews of studies and citations of studies, and then compared the findings of those reviews and collations to the studies themselves. And then I had to go lie down because I had a migraine, which disproportionately affects women, by the way, but I will get to medical negligence, don't you worry. The point being, patriarchy isn't the default state of the human race. It's a power structure, one that has been implemented to keep a certain subset of straight, white men on the top of the food chain, and all the rest of us below it. And I do mean all of us. Cis white gay men? You're not man enough. Trans men? Hell no. White women? Nope. Black men? Don't be silly. Black women? Don't even think about it. Anybody, man or woman, who is non-white, LGBTQ+, neurodivergent, or otherwise cannot contort themselves into the exact shape of man that patriarchy demands is going to end up shafted. And this even affects you straight white boys too, by the way, because those factors in suicide I mentioned earlier, a significant number of men indicate that their role in society, or lack thereof, contributes massively to the hopelessness that leads to those attempts. Boys are taught, almost from birth, whether directly or subliminally, that they are supposed to lead. Even if you're a cis white straight man, if you don't fall in line with a specific subset of men's ideas of what masculinity is, you're told over and over again that you'll never get anywhere, but they'll make you blame it on us instead of them. They're supposed to be the proverbial or literal man of the house. It's the same lie that capitalism and the American dream sells us. If you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps hard enough, you'll be one of the lucky winners. And fuck everybody you had to step on to get there. Never mind that this is lottery rules where your success is almost entirely based on luck, and the nebulous promise that you might one day get to be at the top, despite all evidence to the contrary. This is how fascism starts. It's not the system that's disenfranchising you, it's insert group here's fault that you can't succeed.
That'll show those poor.
Why are you cheering, Fry? You're not rich.
True, but someday I might be rich, and then people like me better watch their step.
And when men grow up and they don't immediately become the leader or head of a family or financially successful, it breaks them. I don't know if you've ever met a gifted child who was told they were going to go places, not helped, not inspired, but told that their intelligence meant that they would succeed. How many of them actually succeeded? And how many of them became so burned out they fell completely off the grid? How many of them went to university, did a postgraduate degree, and then went back to working in retail before suffering two extreme mental breakdowns, changing jobs, and then moved back to the country they swore they'd never return to in order to escape their own crushing failure, and then accidentally became a YouTuber in the process? Just me? Anyway, the point is, the constant direct and unspoken weight of expectation on you that follows you into adulthood, and then the realization that you are unable to meet those expectations, even through no fault of your own, is soul-crushing. It's almost worse than people thinking you won't get anywhere at all, because at least in that situation you can draw on spite to prove them wrong. See every minority person's drive to succeed. So, to reiterate, you, the nebulous concept of men, not you personally, created a system in which men have no worth if they're not in charge, and stepping on women and minorities to stand tall, and then wonder why there's a high rate of suicide when those men realize that when you give other people the option, they don't want to participate in that system. Shocking. Not to mention, some of those white men in those statistics are queer and terrified of being discriminated against or killed, or are already being attacked and are seeking a way out. Even more of these men are actually trans women who can't ever tell people who they are, but can't see a future stuck in the body and environment they're in. Women didn't set up this system. We participate in it because we have no other choice. But we didn't create the gender binary that demands so much of men and then stops the same men from reaching out when in a crisis. But we are expected to fix it. How, you ask? Well, while men don't feel comfortable reaching out to other men for help, society tells them that if they get a girlfriend or get married, this will solve their problems. Not just by allowing them to assimilate into society better, but also because it gives them the permission to talk to somebody about their feelings, because that's what women are there for. We're just receptacles. We're the nurturers, remember? Patriarchy tells us so. Women exist to take care of men, mother them, and then in a lot of cases, even as their partner, we become a mother surrogate. I hate it when Freud is right about things. Who takes care of most of the emotional labor in the relationship. This isn't just normalized, it's expected of us. Now that I've pointed it out, you'll notice the tone of those male loneliness crisis tweets and articles, and it's almost always with the implication that we, women or AFAB people, should be the ones to step up and fix the problem we didn't cause. But don't worry, it gets worse. Now again, just as a reminder, this is not all men. Just touching base for y'all. Letting you know I haven't forgotten. If there are still men here, I salute you. Not all men, but a vocal amount of them profess to be fighting for men's rights when what they're actually championing is male superiority. When you've always been on top, it's not uncommon to mistake the experience of sharing with the feeling of somebody taking something from you. They see this as a form of disenfranchisement because they don't know what actual disenfranchisement feels like. This is never clearer than in the consistent and malicious response to minority or female-led movements, from Black Lives Matter all the way to silly TikTok trends.
The She Deserved the Purse movement is a pay-it-forward movement that women started recently after this video of a purse just sitting alone in like the baby formula aisle. Because everyone knows all too well the story of how many sacrifices a mother has to make for her children. So I believe it was Miss Gonzalez here who started this pay-it-forward movement where now women are going around and like hiding money in baby formula and other things in stores to surprise other mothers once they purchase it and take it home, because you never know when someone might really need that $20, $30, etc. dollars. But as it always seems to go, this story of women encouraging and supporting each other and building these communities and systems of support have upset a lot of men, because these grown men have come to the conclusion that that's not really fair. And so again, instead of taking the time to focus on themselves and maybe starting a movement to support other men, or doing absolutely anything productive and helpful, they've decided once again to just take it out on women instead, because I guess for some reason that's just easier.
This is also why a lot of men think that feminism is about putting ourselves over men, rather than creating a society that sees us all as equal, because their ideology is predicated on a supposed inherent superiority, so they assume that anything that opposes it must also be coming from a place of supremacy. Yes, that is the word I intended to use. Feel uncomfortable yet? Anybody who disagrees with this is called out as an SJW, as if that's a bad thing. Oh no, I'm being a warrior for social justice. How terrible. Women, specifically, who speak out on misogyny and patriarchy are routinely labeled as feminazis. But we don't seem to have an equal term for violent misogynists who murder us in droves. And y'all don't like it when we just call you fascists for some reason. So-called feminazi beliefs do not align with the fascist ideologies, but that won't stop us being labeled as such. If you want proof of that, I'll see you in the restricted comments of this video. Even if you're a cis, white, straight man, if you don't fall in line with a specific subset of men's ideas of what masculinity is, you're told over and over again that you'll never get anywhere. But they'll make you blame it on us instead of them. There are 2 tweets from men that went viral in the wake of the election that I'd like to mention here. One from Black Star.
I want to make this very clear. Young men have nothing. Literally, we have nothing. No future prospects, most don't have skills, most don't have partners, all for reasons outside of our control. All we had was our hobbies, and we couldn't even be left alone to have that. I can feel like the half-smoked cigarette appearing between my fingers as I'm reading this.
And as many people pointed out, and as even Jenny Nicholson pointed out long before this tweet existed, hobbies are not gender exclusive, and the ones that you'll claim used to be, Star Wars, Star Trek, video games, etc., never were. Star Trek wouldn't have gotten as big as it did if it weren't for housewives writing fanfic. I am not joking, but okay. Let's say that's true and women were never involved before. Why is that a problem? Why does women and minorities and the so-called woke mind virus infesting your nerd shit make you feel less safe and represented? Also, literally nobody is stopping you from creating spaces within those fandoms that are exclusively about lifting each other up as men. That's actually what learning to navigate fandom culture is. You don't throw yourself into the ocean of everybody because some fans of stuff are stupid and will make you angry. You find the people you align with in order for your engagement to be as stress-free as possible, if that's what you're looking for. If you want a male-exclusive space within fandom, you can make one. I'll talk more about male-only spaces later, put a pin in it, but aside from the fact that they've existed for years and still do, it's very interesting to claim that young men have nothing. Not having a partner is not the same kind of deficit as not having job security, or not being sure you'll survive through a specific traffic stop. Not having skills is, and I mean this as seriously as possible, a fucking skill issue. Skills aren't fucking hereditary. Even the aspects of them that are, such as so-called innate talent, which I have issues with anyway, but I digress. If you want or need to learn a skill, you do that. There are obstacles, usually economic, but again, the economic hardships you're going through aren't caused by women or minorities. They're caused by a system set up by men that only favors some of you. The second tweet came from Li Fang, an independent journalist who said,
Imagine being an 18-year-old young male voter. When you were 11, the Me Too movement launched and men across the board like you were deemed oppressors. When you were starting high school, liberal politicians closed your school and forced you to take classes online. The women around you don't seem like victims. They are going to college at way higher rates, earning far more than men in many professional white-collar jobs, and are way less likely to be addicted to drugs and as lonely as most of the guys you know. Your peer group of other young men play video games and enjoy memes mocking the dominant, suffocating, woke culture all across the major entertainment and academic institutions. How is voting for the establishment Democrat, who avoided any voting process or scrutiny for her nomination, in any way appealing?
I know so many people have already said this, but if you felt attacked by the Me Too movement, you're a rapist. Or a potential one. No ifs, ands, or buts. Real men didn't feel oppressed by bad men being called out. They joined forces and started campaigning to remove those men too. A la Terry Crews. Also, if you were 11 years old and identifying with rapist, you have way more issues to unpack. Liberal politicians didn't close your school. Trump did. He was in charge when COVID started, remember? Initially, it was a state-by-state shutdown, but the White House under Trump was giving social distancing briefings and greenlighting funding for those who had to stop working. Sure, he very quickly pretended like nothing was happening in order to fix the economy at the expense of hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, but initially, all those commie policies were his. He's the reason the vaccine you're also skeptical of was so fast. Operation Warp Speed. Look it up. I also personally believe, despite living through 3 severe lockdowns in the UK that massively damaged my own mental health, that online classes and lockdowns are better than a slow death from a respiratory disease that also destroys your brain. But what do I know? I only use my brain and lungs to live. Also, the idea that women need to be victims is interesting, because most women I know don't want to be victims. It is true that women are enrolling in college at higher rates than men, but as with the suicide statistics, that's a statement completely devoid of context. The most important piece of context being that women see higher financial returns for college degrees.
College entry, whether it is to get an AS or a BS, helps women gain access to careers where they have a comparative advantage, e.g. office work. Men, on the other hand, have better access to lucrative careers that don't require a college degree, e.g. construction work. This appears to be the most reasonable explanation for why women outnumber men in college. Why wasn't this the case in the late 1960s? Why did the female relative enrollment increase gradually over time? This is because fewer married women used to work in the market, so the investment aspect of college was not as relevant in the 1960s. As women increased their labor force participation over time, financial returns to college investment became more important, and more women choose to enter college so as to gain access to more lucrative careers.
The women supposedly earning more in white-collar jobs might make sense if you take this into account. Women are becoming increasingly more likely to break into these jobs while men have a stronghold on trade-based jobs, if it were true. Which it blatantly isn't. Not only is the pay gap usually wider between men and women in white-collar jobs, in men's favor, obviously, but actually, an influx of women entering the workforce in those jobs can cause the overall wages to drop. According to the US Census Bureau's 2018 community study, women only out-earn men in 34 out of 550 job categories. And a lot of those are healthcare, education, and editorial related. But also, with all the love in the world, why do you care? Why does some women earning more than you ruin your whole worldview? I'm genuinely asking. If it's not just misogyny and patriarchy, why does it hurt you so much for some women to be earning more? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Because women have had to just put up with men earning more, being given more opportunities for years. Women couldn't hold a bank account on their own in America until 1974. My dad was born in that year. He's 50 and a piece of shit, but that didn't make me hate all men, just him. Point is, that's only 50 years of financial independence. Alcoholism is relatively close down the gender lines, statistically, and depending on the kind of drug use, men do develop drug problems more on balance. I'm not disputing the drug statistics, but again, who has the power to do something about that? The women in your lives? Or the man who had 4 years to get the numbers down and didn't, and has now announced a war on drugs because that went so well last time?
The drug cartels are waging war on America. It's now time for America to wage war on the cartels.
Also, every woman and trans person I know is playing video games and enjoying memes mocking the dominant conservative culture. So actually, we're not that different, you and I. The difference is that when I vote, I don't just think about how it's going to affect me. I think about how that vote affects my trans friends, my black friends, my Muslim friends, my Jewish friends, my Asian friends, my disabled friends. I could go on. I even think about you men. It's true. Because I do actually have straight white male friends. Mostly I have white queer male friends and trans male friends, but there are some straight cis guys in there, and I don't want them to suffer just because I'm suffering. Largely because that would make me a dick. And once again, I've spent over 1,000 words debunking 2 half-baked tweets, stating things as facts instead of just discussing the actual issues men and women face. And that's by design. It's a very specific disinformation tactic called fire hosing, where they throw out as many half-truths and outright lies as possible so that we spend so much time debunking the disinformation that we don't have time to tackle the real issues. We have to trawl through this ocean of sludge in the form of misinformation and villainization in order to ever even get close to the causes of the problems. Because those rich men are so desperately trying to make you look at us and not them. And of course, if you're a black man, there are a whole different issues at play, not just misogyny, but also racism and how those things tie into each other. Obviously, being a Caucasian, AFAB, agender person, I'm not the right person to speak on this, but I know someone who is.
For one, being a black male automatically disqualifies you from ever reaching true hegemonic status in a white supremacist society. As I said before, even the most successful, traditionally masculine, educated, moneyed, good-looking black men will be routinely subjugated to racial indignity and submission under a white supremacist hierarchy on the basis of being black alone, let alone any other thing that might intersect with that black male identity. See Ryan Coogler being handcuffed and detained for simply trying to withdraw money from a bank. Terry Crews being sexually assaulted and then publicly blamed for his own assault. Or the entire presidency of Barack Obama, where he was still met with racial indignity as the most powerful man in the world. Regardless of a black man's status and behavior, he will never be a real man under white supremacy. And this leads to a lot of conflict in our own experiences with the world around us and with black women who also greatly desire a performance of us that is similar to white patriarchy. And this is where much of this conflict arises. The fact that black men are essentially being held to a standard of patriarchal performance that they cannot keep up with, even from many black women. When you combine that conflict with legitimate issues in the family court system and a modern media landscape, especially social media, that makes black men feel disempowered in speaking up effectively, you see where the black manosphere gets most of its juice.
A big part of this loneliness epidemic, outside of everything I've just talked about, is this yearning for connection. If it's too beta to reach out to other men, the only other option you have is the women in your life. And once you're too old to lean on your mother without it looking bad to other men, you start to look for another woman to lean on in the form of a partner. But as almost every woman I've ever met will tell you, becoming a man's live-in mother is exhausting. Doing all the emotional labor in a relationship is a huge imbalance, and most women, once they've experienced that once, will do their best not to date someone like that again. So if you blame women for not being able to date because they're not willing to engage with you emotionally, I suggest befriending some. I am being 100% serious. This video by Some More News says it way better than I could, but if you start befriending us, actually seeing us as human beings and not sex objects or receptacles for your emotions, you will start to get less lonely as a byproduct of that. Not only will you have gained friends, but you will also get better at regulating and talking through your emotions and listening to others, and that will make you a better dating prospect. Feels like it should be logical, and yet so many men don't seem to get it. And look, if you're one of those Andrew Tate, Trump, or Sneeko guys, and you're somehow still watching this, first of all, mad props to you, honestly. I know it must have been hard to even make it this far, but to speak in your own language, you've been fed some weird lie that women are either the cause of your problems, or that they should be fixing them. Neither of which are true, but what is especially concerning about that is the idea that men who need to dominate women to fix their own issues are strong alpha sigma men, when in fact there is nothing more cucksoy than needing women to fix your issues. You don't have the balls to open up to your boys over a beer? You don't have the strength and veracity to take rejection and keep putting yourself out there? You can't cope with the idea of a woman earning more than you? Decidedly not attractive. Not alpha. Not sigma. Not a top G. Women aren't attracted to men like that, which is why they've spread this rhetoric about being owed sex, or the idea that rape isn't a problem because men are the dominant class and women should submit to them. Ugh. To that, I say, oh, you need to rape a woman to feel better about yourself. Beta. But I will say, men like that, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, the Fresh and Fit podcast, and all the other public speakers of that motivational, misogynistic, anti-woke ilk, they know how to sell themselves. They start off giving great advice. Envision your goals, imagine yourself conquering those goals, embody the alpha mentality, treat yourself like somebody you're responsible for helping, go to the gym, go out and meet women, make friends. All great ideas. All great ideas. And then, once they've sold those ideas to you, like they're revelations, they'll drag you further down their rabbit hole of hatred. Not because they care about you, but because they care about their own bottom line. Can't sell a course or a book or merch if there's nobody willing to buy it. You're not a sucker for falling for it any more than you'd be a sucker for getting entrenched in a cult. They go after you because they see you as weak, and they know you'll follow them. I don't see you as weak. You're a man. And sometimes that feels unfair, and sometimes it feels like you're being blamed for all of the world's problems just because you exist in a certain body. That's unjust. It's prejudiced. It's discriminatory. Because you look like a certain kind of person, the blame gets foisted at you, even though as an individual, you have no say in the power structures we exist under. Sure, some guys out there are bad, but you've never hurt anyone. You've always been nice to women. How could the world turn on you like that when you've never done anything wrong? Congratulations. You have about 5% more of an understanding of what it's like to exist as a trans person every day, or a black person, or a Muslim, or a Jew. This is why we get frustrated with the idea that in order for men to stop voting against our interests, we have to be nicer to y'all. Because where has that gotten us so far? Our legitimate disenfranchisement has collectively made us more empathetic, but your taste of being blamed for the world's problems sends you spinning out. As a white, female-passing person in a first-world country, I am subject to immense privilege. As a working-class, neurodivergent queer person from an abusive household, I am also subject to huge disadvantages. Societally, as a woman, I experience some discrimination, but as a white person, I feel that on a much lesser scale than black or Muslim women. As a neurodivergent person, I'm extremely handicapped in the workforce, but I am one of the few neurodivergent people who has managed to hold down jobs despite these struggles. That doesn't make me better than those other people. That means I got lucky and found jobs that catered to my needs better. And when I worked jobs that didn't, I almost drove my car off a cliff. As a poor person, I will probably never buy a house or experience the comfortability that comes with wealth. But I still experience the privilege of having enough money to afford to live with a roof over my head, and 2 to 3 meals a day. I was able to attend school regularly and focus on my studies instead of working jobs to support my family. And despite the homelessness epidemic, video coming soon, watch this space, I am okay. I'm not great. It's still a huge struggle, but I'm okay. I'm not in Gaza. I'm not in the Congo. I'm not in a red state in America. By an accident of birth, I have more privilege than millions of other people, and I am still underprivileged. The key is not to turn my anger at that disenfranchisement onto people who can't do anything about it. I don't blame other women or minorities for my struggles because they didn't cause them. I don't even blame men for my issues. I blame the patriarchy and misogyny and some men. I blame the individual men who abused me. I blame the men who stood by and did nothing. I blame the men who get away with heinous crimes day after day. But I don't blame all men. I just blame the system that your gender created and that you benefit from, whether you can see it or not. And if you're not convinced yet, why don't we talk about men being the societal default?
The capillaries in my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? Somebody I thought was my savior, you sure make me do a whole lot of labor. The callous skin on my hands is cracking. If our love ends, would that be a bad thing? And the silence haunts our bedchamber. You make me do too much labor.
Patriarchy being the basis for most of Western society means that men being seen as the default isn't just the norm, it's so normalized that even things we don't consider patriarchal are discriminatory. Don't believe me? The 9-to-5 workday is sexist. No, this is not hyperbole. The 9-to-5 workday isn't just a capitalist burden we all face, it also unfairly favors men. As Sydney Good points out in their article in Top Doctor magazine,
in addition to a normal circadian rhythm, men also experience a diurnal rhythm of testosterone. That means they experience the same thing every day with their hormones. When testosterone levels are normal, testosterone is at its highest in the morning and decreases over the day. As men sleep, testosterone rises, so it's at its peak again the next day. In other words, they're ready to seize the day in the morning and feel ready to clock out by the end of the day. And the same thing repeats every single day. Hypothetically, women should feel the same way based on their circadian rhythms. However, any woman knows she doesn't feel the same each day, and it's not just in her head. That's because a woman's cycle works on a roughly 28-day pattern. A woman's key hormones, progesterone and estrogen, dramatically shift over this time. The main events in a woman's cycle are ovulation and menstruation, but the body's hormones are still working in between these points. All that to say, a woman will feel energized and have more mental clarity to complete tasks at specific points during the month. But at other times, she'll feel grateful if she just makes it out of bed.
So men work best on a 24-hour cycle, and women work best in different weeks of the month. I know for a fact that for at least 2 days out of the month, I am basically bedridden, or on a whole lot of intense painkillers, or with a TENS machine strapped to me. Sometimes all 3. The reason I own a TENS machine is actually that I was once at work and had cramps so bad, I went to the chemist on my break and spent £80 on one, and then wore it for the rest of the day, repeatedly tucking the wires back under my apron so I wasn't a workplace health and safety hazard. I did that instead of just, I don't know, going home. Men, if you got repeatedly kicked in the dick over and over again, would you persist until your shift was over with very little assistance? Or do you think you might take the afternoon off to ice your balls and recover? I know what some of you will say you do, and I know from experience what a lot of you are like suffering from the common cold, so maybe consider it twice before answering. I think every man should have to be strapped to a TENS machine on full power for 2 days before he's legally allowed to vote on women's issues. And I live by that. So if the workplace was set up accounting for disparities in gender, women should be given a more adaptable schedule because we can be extremely productive on some days and far less productive on others, amounting to the same amount of work achieved by men over their 9-to-5 schedule. If men think this sounds unfair, imagine having to work on days where you know you're going to be less productive, or you're literally bleeding out of your taint, while watching people who do not suffer these monthly issues act as though they are more productive every day by virtue of their efforts and not a system designed to give them a leg up. Ooh, who's the real DEI now? Conservatives who hate it when poor people get handouts should be all over this injustice. We obviously can't leave the topic of workplace discrimination without talking about the whole women are too emotional to be good leaders rhetoric.
I wonder if the government should return to the gold standard. I think it should. Good. Then we're all agreed.
But oh dear, what's this? One of the women is about to embarrass us all.
I think the government should stay off the gold standard so that the pound can reach a level that will keep our exports competitive.
The lady has foolishly attempted to join the conversation with a wild and dangerous opinion of her own. What half-baked drivel. See how the men look at her with utter contempt.
Daphne, we're going home.
Women, know your limits.
Can't have a woman president. What if she PMSs too hard and accidentally hits the big red button? Never mind that literally almost every single war in history has been started and perpetuated by men. Never mind that Trump trying to have a dick measuring contest with world leaders almost led to another war overnight. Never mind that women are taught to manage and nurture and express their feelings healthily from a young age, and men are raised to suppress all of their emotions until they punch a hole in the drywall. Just a quick reminder that anger is an emotion, boys, no matter how masculine it makes you feel. Maybe if you cried once in a while, you might actually achieve world peace. Not all men. I didn't forget, but I know more than one person popped into your head when I listed off those examples, whether from history or your own life experience. Am I wrong? The most obvious rebuttal to the idea that men are better at leading is that, well, they aren't. Even when women are specifically set up to fail, a la the glass cliff.
The glass cliff describes the idea that when a company is in trouble, a female leader is put in charge to save it. When women are finally given a chance to prove themselves in a senior position, they are handed something that is already broken, and where the chances of failure are high.
Research done during the pandemic demonstrated that female leaders handled the crises better than their male counterparts, including the number of fatalities. They also outscored in 13 of the 19 competencies in the assessment of leadership effectiveness, and roughly matched them in 5 more. The only category that men outranked women in was technical or professional expertise. But, quote, the difference was not statistically significant. Sure, there are the occasional Liz Trusses who are about as effective as a wet paper bag. But comparing her to the entire history of male UK Prime Ministers makes her look a whole lot better, considering that David Cameron greenlit a Brexit vote because he thought it wouldn't go through, and then when it did, promptly resigned. Harold Wilson's devaluation that led to Nixon's gold standard adjustment, and Boris Johnson's everything. Men aren't just the default leaders in society, though. They're also seen as the default protagonist of stories. Whether books, movies, or video games, if you use a female protagonist, that IP is now just for girls. Or worse. It's the woke leftist lib-cut commies trying to ruin everything. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule, and I'm sure you're all typing furiously to list them off. Please do, it helps my engagement. Also like and subscribe. And I also love finding new things to watch and read and play, so get to typing. But don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. Harry Potter is for everyone. But before the widely loved movies, the Hunger Games series was marketed mainly towards women, which is weird, because Hunger Games is distinctly darker and more political. But because Katniss Everdeen is a girl, it was seen as more of a female-centric property. Before the films came out, the original covers featured female faces. And then, during the first movie's release, they repackaged them to be more neutral. Don't get me wrong, I love the new covers. They're beautiful, but that was a choice. Same goes for entire genres. Action movies are enjoyed by women almost as much as men, and in some cases, more. But because they're boy movies, they're seen as multi-quadrant films. Same goes for video games, by the way.
And not only was much of the audience female, many of the developers were too. Among the stars of early game design were Atari's Carol Shaw, Centipede creator Donna Bailey, and Roberta Williams, an adventure game pioneer and company co-founder, whose King's Quest series was a massive hit among gamers of all stripes. When it came time to market the original Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo devised a plan. Instead of selling it in the electronics section, they sold it in the toy aisle. But by then, the toy aisle was completely separated into pink and blue, boy and girl. Nintendo had to choose a side. They went with boy, and then they marketed to those boys relentlessly.
What's it like to play the Nintendo Entertainment System?
Now you're playing with power. Other brands soon followed suit.
Introducing Game Gear from Sega that separates the men from the boys.
And kept marketing to them as they grew up. And after decades of this kind of advertising, what's up, bitch? We now think of video games as being the exclusive domain of the male sex. More adult women play video games than teenage boys do.
Sweet. Saying they're for just one gender is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like saying movies are just for girls or books are just for dads.
Whereas rom-coms center female desire, on the whole, and so are almost exclusively marketed towards women, and are therefore seen as lesser and often mocked by men. And men who do engage with the genre are mocked in turn. Romance isn't inherently a female thing. Men, if lucky, should also experience romance at some point in their lives, if that's something they want. So why have we labeled these stories as just for girls? Chick lit is seen as so lesser within the book publishing industry that multiple authors have called out as being marketed that way can actually restrict their readership. While women are known to read books about and by both men and women, and everything in between, men are much less likely to pick up a girl book. Male-centered or marketed books usually have neutral covers, or at the very least, interesting choices, while anything labeled as chick lit is usually given pastels, unconfrontational imagery, usually centering a woman or a couple, and most men will tell you it would be embarrassing for them to be caught dead reading it. Kids' books that have bridged the divide between so-called girl books and boy books, such as Skullduggery Pleasant and Artemis Fowl, have done so by clever marketing towards boys. Valkyrie is the main character of the Skullduggery Pleasant series, but it is not named after her, and she is never alone on the cover of the book until much later on. Artemis Fowl is named after its male protagonist, but splits half its POV with Holly Short, a female fairy. These books, by being marketed as boy books, or multi-quadrant books, and both written by men, have managed to ingeniously encourage boys to read from the perspective of female protagonists, without making them feel lesser for reading chick lit. Same goes for Percy Jackson. Joanne Rowling, evil bitch that she is, deliberately chose a gender-neutral name and centered a male protagonist because she knew it would sell more books. Once Harry Potter was over, she then took on an explicitly male moniker to sell more books, because not only does she subscribe to gender essentialism, but so does the world around us. All of which is perfectly acceptable and has been done by women across history, a la George Eliot, and Jane Austen simply signing her books off as written by a woman. But Joanne has continuously hit out at trans people for living their internal lives externally, while she exclusively uses gender as a disguise. Maybe that's why she does it, because she's never lived authentically in her life. I should probably cut that. Probably won't. Because they've been the default for most of the history of Western storytelling, men are rarely, if ever, asked to relate to a female perspective. So a lot of them will outright refuse to try, as to them, it's an effort to engage with other perspectives when there are a million other stories that are catered to them. This applies to the idea of protagonists of color, queer main characters and plot lines, and anything else that incel Twitch streamers scream about in their echo chambers.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
I've also already talked extensively about how most things that men considered to be elite male content and the peak of male ingenuity and creation now were spearheaded by a fan base made up of largely women, which only became male-centric once it was already popular, a la Star Trek and the Beatles, Elvis. Moving away from media, let's go even more basic and talk about gender presentation. No, don't leave. I'm not going to turn you trans. That's what this essay is for. We know there's a difference between girl clothes and boy clothes. Largely because every time we see a man wear girl clothes, it's a sign of the apocalypse. Because male clothes are the default. For example, when women want to look androgynous, they would have to dress like men. Whereas when men project androgyny, they can wear either and still be successful. In fact, if they wear female-presenting clothes, it's often considered less androgyny and more drag. That is because women's clothing is designed to accentuate our bodies, while male clothes do that significantly less. To appear androgynous, women have to put on an average men's outfit. But for men to appear androgynous, they can simply tailor their already existing clothes. Giving themselves a waist, either by taking in a suit or putting on a corset, projects androgyny while still keeping their wardrobe almost entirely masculine. And if you don't believe me, Google androgynous clothes right now. I'll wait. Or better yet, go read any of Derek the Menswear Guy's posts about male fashion, and you start to realize that our understanding of innate male style is actually extremely off base. Andrew Tate is wearing women's suit jackets. Plus, female sizing is completely ass backwards and confusing, while men's clothes sizing is fairly consistent across the board. And let's not even get into the lack of pockets in girls' clothes. Yes, that is also a byproduct of patriarchy. Like I said, it's so baked into the fabric of society that even the most innocuous things, once you pull aside the curtain,
Oh, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain!
are revealed to be born out of putting men first. And speaking of customs, with men as the default, let's talk about Freemasonry. No, sorry, let's talk about single-gender spaces and Freemasonry. In Tasmania this year, Kersha Kashala created a female-only gallery titled The Ladies' Lounge at Mona. It featured works by famous artists, and entry was gate-kept by gender. This led to Jason Lau filing an anti-discrimination suit against her and Mona because he was denied entry on the basis of gender, which he deemed discriminatory. Kashala herself responded to it with enthusiasm, saying, "The men are experiencing Ladies' Lounge. Their experience of rejection is the artwork. Okay, they experience the artwork differently than women, but men are certainly experiencing the artwork as it's intended." She embraced the court proceedings with open arms and absorbed it into the wider tapestry of the Ladies' Lounge, even adding a performance element on her way into court. During the back and forth, she even converted the lounge into a bathroom to make the point even clearer. She eventually won her appeal in September, and in his ruling, The judge stated,
"The ladies' lounge can be seen as an arrangement to promote equal opportunity by highlighting the lack of equal opportunity, which gradually prevails in society by providing women with a rare glimpse of what it is like to be advantaged rather than disadvantaged by the refusal of entry to the ladies' lounge by men."
Men arguing that it's gender discrimination not to be allowed into one gallery exhibit is funny, largely because Freemasonry has existed for hundreds of years and still exists today. I drove past one this afternoon. Freemasons are the oldest fraternal organization in the world, which means that they're a male-only club. Women were allowed to participate in a limited capacity from the 1800s onward, but only at the behest of their male relatives or husbands. While there have been female branches instituted in Europe and Australia, and even some mixed groups even share lodges and halls, American Freemasonry remains strictly a boys' club, and women aren't allowed into Masonic halls. Women also aren't allowed on World Heritage sites like Mount Athos in Greece, Mount Omine and Okinoshima Island in Japan, and various holy locations across Asia. But yeah, being kept out of one gallery is discrimination, that's for sure. A message posted onto Australia's longest running gay bar, The Lead, says, "Used to go to Leather Pride meetings here in the 90s and stick around for a while after before heading to the Glass House down the road. Such a formative experience. Now it's men only, and it makes me sad. There are no exclusively lesbian bars in Australia, and there's maybe one or two in England. Wet on Wellington, a gay sauna in Melbourne, is definitely not the first sauna to be gender exclusive, and it won't be the last. South Korea has hundreds of traditional saunas divided down gendered lines, called chimchulbang. Mixed and gendered chimchulbang are commonly open 24 hours and some offer places to sleep overnight. South Korean men are known to utilize this when working away from home or after staying out drinking. Having gender-specific locations in spas and saunas makes a lot of sense, especially because they're the kind of location a person is vulnerable without their usual clothes or belongings. It should be easy to defend that choice, and yet in Australia, Wet on Wellington manages to fumble it completely, defending their gender exclusion by using weird manosphere language and being transphobic.
Wet on Wellington states that it has always been a welcoming, safe and inclusive place for cis males. I'm unsure of what threat the cis male-only sauna imagines when pointing to its inbuilt safety. Statistically speaking, a cis male-only space won't protect me from sexual harassment or abuse. Statistically speaking, a cis male-only space won't protect me from violence or drink tampering.
In the society we live in currently, men are entitled to their same-sex spaces the same as women, but it seems that men complain about women's spaces more than women complain about men's. When men complained about female-only gyms, implemented largely for safety reasons, they seemingly forgot that male-only gyms also existed, because they don't actually want single-sex spaces. They just don't want women to have them. Their single-sex spaces are normal to them because they've never had to think twice about it. Not all men. I just thought I'd get that one in. It's been a minute. As Dejan points out in his article, the biggest danger to cis men is cis men, which, coincidentally, is also the biggest danger to trans men, trans women, and cis women. To be clear, I think that single-sex spaces can be positive, but you do have to be mindful not to let the ideology stray too far into turfism. Even the Freemasons allow trans men in now. Trans and non-binary people also belong in safe spaces, and excluding them from them because they don't conform to the standards we've set for female or male presentation is divisive and hostile. As pointed out in the Ladies' Lounge case, minorities creating sanctuaries and spaces for themselves is something protected under the law, and if we start cracking down on every small club or gathering with a demographic, we'd also have to get rid of all of those male-only spaces too. No more fraternities or sororities, no more gender-exclusive clubs and bars, no more Freemasons, no more Knights of Columbus, no more incel forums. We'll have to start dividing every workforce straight down the middle, making sure they're 50% women in order to avoid them becoming boys' clubs. So that's Parliament, cops, and construction to start with. No businesses with only women either, to be fair and balanced.
But to be balanced and fair, but mostly balanced, but also fair again in order to balance things out, which I guess would add an extra balance and make me more balanced and fair, and therefore not as balanced as I hope, and I apologize.
I think that also means only non-binary people should be allowed to be in charge from now on. Donald Trump has to use they, them pronouns now. I don't make the rules. It sounds silly, doesn't it? It's easy to go too far on one side or the other of the argument, making turf arguments to support separating the genders, and making completely unrealistic thought experiments in the opposite direction where gender both doesn't matter and matters the most, because we can't let it tilt the scales on either side.
How is gender expression policed? What markers and characteristics do our literal gatekeepers lean into when making their judgments? Is self-identification enough, or must we perform our gender in a way that satisfies the cultural undercurrent of the space? What relevance do male-only spaces hold at a time when many reject the binary altogether? There are discernible ways of curating a space that signal an intended clientele without introducing exclusionary door policies, but to discriminate on the basis of perceived gender, or worse, genitals, only reinforces the fibers of cis-male supremacy that run rampant through every institution. To discriminate on these bases only confirms the broader societal entitlement of men to spaces, bodies, and the privileged right to experience both in the siloed parameters we demand.
Catering the world exclusively to the blueprint that is straight cis white men has created a culture that rejects any kind of diversity unless it meets those men's standards, i.e. doesn't take up too much space, or is fought tooth and nail for with protests. I appreciate and respect Marx's point here that we need to be kinder to men because touting all men suck rhetoric is only going to push them further right. But there's only so far that respect can stretch. Because as Kristen Chirico astutely points out, there is no time in human history where women gained rights because we were all really nice to men. How do you think we gained suffrage? Some suffragettes organised arson campaigns, which I don't condone. I don't like any violence. But oppressed classes don't have a lot of options. Women died. Women are still dying. Because we're not recognised as equal to men in so many ways. The 19th Amendment was passed in 1920, 2 years after the end of World War I, in which women stepped up to help the war effort. Our wages are worse, and whether you subscribe to the studies that say it's because we're discriminated against deliberately, or you prefer the studies that say it's because maternity leave skews the numbers, either way, we're statistically worse off. The United States and Papua New Guinea are the only two countries in the world without law enshrining paid parental leave. In America, the protections extend up to 12 weeks of unpaid maternity or family leave. The UK allows up to 52 weeks of maternity leave, 39 of which you could be eligible for statutory maternity pay. Men receive 1 to 2 weeks. Shared parental leave and pay is able to be divided by the parents however they like, with up to 50 weeks of leave, 37 of those paid. In Australia, you can take up to 22 weeks, and parental leave pay is calculated against the national minimum wage. So at the moment, it's roughly $915.80 per 5-day week, before taxes. Saudi Arabia is currently in the process of extending theirs from 10 to 12 weeks. Fully paid. And yes, a lot of that stems from the misogynistic ideal that women should be the ones staying home to take care of their kids. Is any of that perfect? No. If you're a father in Saudi Arabia, you only get 5 paid days to spend with your wife and new baby. In fact, in most countries, paternity leave is drastically underrepresented and underpaid. On the one hand, this makes sense. The woman has just gone through a huge medical procedure and needs at least 4 to 6 weeks to recover. On the other hand, why shouldn't he be home with her? Why don't we expect men to tap in after a certain period of weeks and then trade off periodically? You know, parenting. Women are pressured to settle down and have children basically from the moment we hit our teen years. But then we get out into the world and the lack of maternity pay, lack of paternity leave, and the attitude towards gaps in resumes due to time off to raise children all hugely affect our decisions to have kids. This creates a job market that favors men and punishes women for having children, despite it supposedly being our biological duty or whatever. So we either have to choose between having children and throwing a wrench into our careers or life plans, or our literal health, or refusing to have children and being ostracized because women are supposed to have kids. When I tell people I don't want kids of my own, I have to field additional questions. I have to discuss my medical history, my emotional history, my financial reasoning. Oftentimes, even with all of that, the conversation only comes to a close when the other person says something along the lines of, "You'll change your mind eventually." When my male friends say they don't want kids, it's usually met with a shrug. Women carry a child for 9 months. We go through childbirth, and it becomes our assumed identity the moment it's visible to others. In Korea, once they've had children, women are commonly referred to as such and such's mother. Not by their own name, not even by fucking ma'am or ajima or something. If I give birth to a son called Karam in Korea, I'm not Talis anymore. I'm Karam Yoma.
Everyone back in Korea called my mom Jinoo Oma, meaning Jinoo's mom. And actually back in Korea, all my friends' moms were called like this. Minoo Oma, Yuri Oma, Jaesung Oma, and that was their names basically. Only once in Canada, everyone called my mom by her name, and she finally wasn't just Jinoo's mom anymore. And you may think this is trivial, but it's a part of how Korean society forces women into a role and makes them lose themselves in the process.
Men sometimes father children and don't find out until years after the fact. Wish I could fucking do that. Men being the default doesn't just screw over women, it screws over men too. Men who want to be attentive fathers, gay men who want to adopt, trans men who have to battle with a medical system that does not cater to them when pregnant. And speaking of the system...
Apologies from my tongue, never yours, busy lapping from flowing cups. Stopping with your fork. I know you're a smart man. I know you're a smart man. And weaponize the false incompetence. It's dominance under guise.
This one ties into that whole men are the default thing too, but I think it illustrates the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how abandoned by the system we are as well. BMI still doesn't account for women's bodies. BMI is not and has never been an accurate measure of health among men, but it's even worse for women. The idea that there's some magical universal ideal weight, despite race, age, diet, gender, and genetics, is already ridiculous, but it becomes even more so when you realize just how unscientific it is. BMI was created by a Belgian mathematician for a census in the early 1800s. He drew from a sample pool of almost exclusively white upper-class men, and he wasn't looking for health so much as he was trying to discover a kind of median weight, and noticed weight generally went up when the height percentile went up. Doesn't sound revolutionary now, but it was probably fairly new ground back then. Over 100 years later, it was followed up by a new study in order to update the BMI system. That is with very heavy air quotes.
It only measured 7,426 healthy men from 12 sample groups. They included American students and professionals, Italian railway workers, men from East and West Finland, Japanese farmers and fishermen, and Bantu men from South Africa, which the study itself says could not be suggested to be a representative sample of Bantu men in general.
Once again, mostly white men, some Japanese, and some African, but not even close to a large enough pool to state a median weight for the planet. So not only is the BMI definitely racist, you'll notice women aren't mentioned there at all. That's because it just doesn't take us into account. Despite our different anatomy and balance of hormones, the BMI has just been placing the weight averages of white European men against us and then calling us obese when we don't fit into it. Black women are the most screwed over in this deal, but women of all races are being left behind when it comes to studying supposed healthy weights. There is a serious lack of money and research that goes into so-called women's issues. Menopause has been studied more in recent years, and every new piece of information that comes out about it shows it to be an even more intense and damaging experience than previously thought. We have very little study on what to actually do about it though. HRT is the only consistently recommended treatment for severe symptoms. Yeah, that's right, HRT is for cis people too. But other than that, it's a lot of consider lifestyle changes or try cognitive behavioral therapy. A lot of the medication currently able to be prescribed for menopausal issues, like hot flashes or pain, can have really severe side effects. Pregnancy studies have a similar problem, and if you want more information on that, I'd highly recommend watching this Leftist Cooks video, where Sarah goes into great detail about the dearth of safe studies surrounding pregnancy. So many women's issues and diseases that skew female are still somehow incurable and unknowable, despite half the population potentially being susceptible. Part of that is because women weren't even included in most medical studies until 1993, as women's bodies were considered outliers when it came to research, to the point of not even testing female mice in case it interfered with results due to hormonal changes. By outliers, they meant it was too hard. Chloe Bird, a professor at Pardee-Rand Graduate School, stated, cardiovascular disease, for example, is the #1 killer of women in the USA, but only about a third of participants in clinical trials for new treatments for cardiovascular disease are female. The other issue is that issues that disproportionately affect women are massively underfunded. These graphs show the gender disparity between the burden and issue causes, with orange being proportionally female issues and blue being male. And this second graph shows the stark difference when sorted by funding. If they were being studied proportionally to their effect on the population, those dots shouldn't have moved.
Migraine, headaches, endometriosis, and anxiety disorders, for example, which disproportionately affect women, all attract much less funding in proportion to the burden they exert on the US population than do other conditions. The degree of underfunding or overfunding is different for the groups of conditions too. On average, female-dominant diseases that are underfunded are more severely so. For chronic fatigue syndrome, also known as myalgic encephalomyelitis, for example, the ratio of burden to funding is 0.04. For HIV/AIDS, the ratio is 15.6.
Now, am I saying that we should stop funding HIV and AIDS research? Fucking no, obviously. In fact, it's an absolute miracle it's even got that much funding now, considering the way the government labelled it as a gay person's disease and treated anybody who had it as a pariah and let them die in droves. But this isn't a video about that. This even applies to cancer. A study of data from the US National Cancer Institute over a decade showed that gynecological cancers are vastly undertreated when accounting for lethality. Across the 19 most prevalent forms of cancer, ovarian cancer ranks 5th for lethality, but 12th in terms of its funding to lethality ratio. Cervical cancer follows a similar trend. Illnesses that affect majority women are seemingly always treated as a fucking mystery in the medical field. Endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, most rheumatic conditions, anemia, chronic fatigue syndrome, Graves' disease, POTS, almost 80% of autoimmune conditions, EDS, Hashimoto's disease, lipedema, polymyalgia, and fibromyalgia are all conditions that are either disproportionately diagnosed in women or affect women more severely than men. And in the case of some of them, only affect women. When my friend Abby told me her doctor thought she might have POTS, I asked what the treatment would be. She said beta blockers or a service dog, maybe both. I googled POTS to check treatment for it, and it came up with there is no cure for POTS, but there are lifestyle changes, etc. And I read it out loud to my mum, and I said, what's the bet that POTS is a disease that primarily women get? And she said it sounded highly likely, so I scrolled 1 inch, and it said, the majority of people with POTS are women, and people assigned female at birth, aged 15 to 50 years. I told my mum, and she deadpanned shocking at me, because we're so used to this by now. Me and my sister both get debilitating migraines. Abby has EDS on top of her POTS. My friend Elsa has Graves. My love Lizette has fibro and lipedema. My mum has arthritis. My friend Charlie has autoimmune issues. More than one girl I know has CFS. Half the women in my life have endo or PCOS. I might have fibromyalgia or CFS or another mystery condition, but I don't know for sure, and my quality of life gets worse every day. I made a whole video on it last year, which is outdated now, but accurately reflects a great deal of my interaction with medical professionals. At least in Australia, I am able to get an appointment where my doctor takes me seriously, which is a huge privilege that not a lot of women get access to. I know I didn't in the UK. I am fucking angry. Anybody who follows me on YouTube will know that I've been having health problems for the last 18 plus months, and that in the last 6 months I've been going to the doctor to try and get those sorted out. This meant that about 10 or 11 weeks ago, I got a blood test for the first time. Now, I have a phobia of needles, so that was something that was really hard for me to work up to. It took a lot of energy. Like, after I had been given the sheet of paper that was like, you need a blood test, it took me 3 additional weeks after that before I managed to book it and go, because I was so unbelievably stressed about it, right? That blood test came back with like anemia, low iron, low vitamin D, and low thyroid, which are all bad. I had a male doctor tell me that that was because of my period. It's not. But that's his theory. So he gave me iron supplements, vitamin D supplements for 8 weeks and told me to get a blood test again in 8 weeks. So I finished those prescriptions 2 weeks ago and only booked the blood test the week that I finished the prescriptions, which was a mistake because blood tests are full at the moment. So it took an additional 2 weeks after that to get the second blood test. I got it on Friday, hated it, was very stressed, had a panic attack, not a good time. And I've just now got the email back, the text message back from my GP about my blood test results. Your anemia has resolved on recent bloods, but it was too soon to recheck iron levels and vitamin D. This has to be a minimum of 12 weeks. Please request another blood form if you wish to get these repeated. I'm fucking sorry? I'm sorry. I just got a blood test that I didn't need to get because it's not going to tell me any new information. This is the blood test I was prescribed and told to do because my prescription only went for 8 weeks for the new supplements I'm taking. I'm so angry. I'm so fucking fed up. I don't need extra blood tests, and the system doesn't need me getting extra blood tests. The system is strangling as it is. The system doesn't need me going in for pointless fucking appointments that make me stressed and miserable. I'm so fucking fed up, man. I'm so done. I'm so tired of being ill, and I'm so tired of being treated by the system like an inconvenience. Like I'm just literally like a cog in the machine. I'm so tired of capitalism and conservatism and the fucking Tories decimating the NHS. We had one of the most revolutionary health systems in the world, and they have run it directly into the ground. I'm so tired, and I'm so fed up. I'm so done. I really can't do this anymore, man. I really had enough. But even with that access to healthcare, I still don't know what I have. And even if it is those things, there isn't any solid treatment for any of them. I've been taking supplements for 6 months, and I don't feel any better. I've been on antidepressants to see if that'd help. It didn't. And now I'm taking amitriptyline to sleep, which is the only thing that seems to have made any difference in the chronic fatigue part, but it's also causing a whole host of side effects, including rapid weight gain, excessive sweating, hand tremors, and muscle twitches, so I should probably stop taking it. Which means I'm back to square one as far as treating the fatigue part. That's not even getting started on the muscles. It feels like every day my body gets harder to use and takes longer to recover. Brain fog comes and goes, but the muscle pain is constant and everywhere. I've also recently developed carpal tunnel syndrome, which I realized I developed as I was writing the script, so it's not in there. And my issues aren't even close to isolated. My mum's cousin had a mystery illness for 15 years and went through multiple specialists before they figured out what it was, and she'll never live a normal life. My aunt has MS, and she'll be living in fear of it worsening for the rest of her life. The NHS fails women constantly, and the US healthcare system basically throws them in the garbage.
Put a finger down if you're forever going back and forth from the doctors with kidney problems for years and years and years to be told that there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. A couple of months go by after the last time that you go to the doctors, you start weeing blood. Black blood. A&E accuse you of being on your period, even when you tell them that you're not on your period. So they make you go into the toilet and do more wee samples just to see how black it really is. They say, we'll send you a letter and we'll investigate. You never get a letter, nothing gets investigated, you get ignored once again. A few more months go by and you start to feel extremely unwell. You start feeling like you're going to pass out at work. You get to 12 o'clock and you're falling asleep. You're feeling really low, really lethargic, you've got shakes. You then go to a private clinic and have blood tests done, which confirm that there is obviously something very wrong with you. You then get told by that private clinic that you need more investigation. The next day, you then realise that your thyroid comes up. You then go to your GP and explain your symptoms, explain what's happened, and show them the private blood test results, to which, for a 66-page document, they quickly scan and look at maybe 2 pages and then give you the paper back and completely don't even bother reading it.
This is not how ERs actually work. It's how they're supposed to work, but I have a vagina. Meaning, I've been going to ERs my whole life before I got a morphine script, and they'd say this to me every time, and I'd have to explain to them, that's how it's supposed to work. Let me tell you how it really works. You're 12, you go to the doctor, your knees hurt, you say, can I please get a referral to a specialist and some tests? And they go, no, you're mentally ill. You need a psychiatrist and Celexis, Zyprexa, Seroquel, Tylenol 3s, and laxatives. And then you keep going back to the doctor over and over and over and over and over for months because it's not doing anything. And then finally, you can't walk anymore. Your knees are in an emergency. That's how long they let the issue get bad. And now it's the ER doctor ordering the MRI of your knees. It's split. MRI of my uterus, 14 years of begging. Who do you think gave it to me? The gynecologists? The GPs? Nope, ER doctor. 6 years of begging for a colonoscopy. Who ordered it? ER doctor. They canceled that as I was having it done because the fentanyl didn't work. 6 more years of begging for a colonoscopy. Another ER doctor, not a gastro. Nope. And then endoscopy, same thing, ER doctor. So basically what happens is a GP is supposed to be the one who sends you for tests and referrals, but they're going to neglect you if you have a vagina until your issue becomes an emergency, so the ER is the only one to help you.
On top of this, while mental health statistics might be skewed in women's favour due to men being less likely to seek diagnosis, stress quite literally affects women differently than men.
Though stress is disadvantageous for both men and women, adding insult to injury, stress can hurt women more than men when it comes to fertility. When chronically stressed, our body enters the fight or flight mode, halting essential functions and causing gut imbalances. Stress causes our cortisol to spike, which, again, isn't good for anyone's health overall. However, while men have cortisol, their testosterone doesn't come from it. Women, on the other hand, primarily use the hormones progesterone and cortisol to conceive children. Cortisol is not bad, but when stress causes it to swell, everything else is imbalanced. Even if a woman doesn't intend to have children, she'll still be hurt by high cortisol with depression, anxiety, and mood swings, among other things.
Men might be more likely to die at their own hand when attempting to shovel off this mortal coil, but if women don't succeed, the universe might shove us off it anyway. But sure, let's talk more about the male loneliness crisis and how nobody understands how hard it all is for you. Not all men, but also not all women are allowed to make decisions about their body without their partners or imaginary future partners being taken into account. My friends with extremely painful conditions like PCOS and endo can't get hysterectomies because they're too young and might change their mind about kids. As Etienne Navarro pointed out on Twitter, I was 42 years old when I was refused a hysterectomy. The reasons? 1, I might want more children. I had a teenager and 2 under 5s. Are you mad? 2, my husband might want more children. Nope, he's had the snip. 3, I might meet another man who wants children. I was 42 and married for 20 years. How quickly would I need to divorce my husband, find another man, and like him enough to want his children? Number 4, I might change my mind. Hell no. Read answers 1, 2, and 3 again. Reasons given related to my health? 0. Humans I know, personally, once asked if they had a male partner, were told they had to bring that partner to appointments to get their opinion too. That shit happened in 2023. AFAB people are less likely to receive painkillers or sedatives even when scoring on a similar or worse pain scale than men. Also, there's this colloquial wisdom that male patients with women who made them come in should be taken seriously because their wives or girlfriends are trusted to know when it's serious for them, versus female patients not being believed about themselves. Women supposedly having a higher pain tolerance should actually make these statistics the opposite, because if we're so strong, then when we admit to pain, we should be trusted immediately. But for some mysterious reason, our pain is consistently doubted by the system. It's misogyny. Misogyny is also the reason for the whole higher pain tolerance thing, because once again, we don't actually have enough usable data to confirm it either way, because so many studies exclude women because they assume hormonal changes will skew the results. Even if they do, shouldn't we be testing how hormonal changes affect pain tolerance? This is even worse for black women due to the history of racism in medicine that was used to justify the inhumane treatment of black people throughout history. Many physicians throughout history believed that black people could be operated on without anesthetic and were insensible to pain when subjected to punishment. Which is not only obviously untrue, it also led to the disabling and deaths of thousands of black people. Unfortunately, this trend, while not as overt in medical circles anymore, is still clearly in practice. Black women in particular die in childbirth anywhere between 2 and 4 times the rate of non-black women. They're also significantly more likely to have preterm births. Overall, they get less comprehensive care, are believed less, and are more likely to suffer under our current medical system than almost any other demographic besides trans people. And let's use that depressing fact to springboard into the only thing right-wing men care about where women are concerned. Fertility! Yeah, we're going to talk about it. To start with, did you know that STDs disproportionately affect women worse than men? I'll bet you that most women knew that, and most men didn't. A significant number of STIs can cause fertility issues and permanent damage to women's bodies. Even HIV, which is, as previously mentioned, a disease that primarily affects men, appears to affect women in significant ways. HIV-infected women may be at increased risk for medical problems and metabolic changes. Studies have shown that HIV-positive women were more likely to develop genital warts and cervical intraepithelial neoplasia and were at increased risk for viral infections. According to one study, HIV-positive women were 80% more likely to be anemic than HIV-positive men. Compared with HIV-negative controls, women with HIV were more likely to have elevated triglycerides and insulin levels and decreased bone mineral density. So many illnesses can cause fertility issues. And then, even if you get pregnant, it doesn't mean you'll have an easy go of it. In Australia, more than 1 in 6 women who gave birth were diagnosed with gestational diabetes. Pregnancy can raise your risk of heart problems, clots, and sepsis. It can cause preeclampsia, hemorrhaging, strokes, and a whole host of issues caused during or after delivery, whether you deliver via cesarean or naturally. Not to mention that miscarriages can be fatal.
A study led by Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health researchers estimates that infant deaths in Texas increased more than expected in the year following the state's 2021 ban on abortion in early pregnancy, especially among infants with congenital anomalies. The Texas law prohibiting abortions after a fetal heartbeat could be detected as early as 5 or 6 weeks. Went into effect September 1st, 2021. At this time, the law, Senate Bill 8, or SB 8, was the most stringent state abortion law in the country. It did not allow exemptions for congenital anomalies. The researchers' analysis of monthly death certificate data in Texas and the rest of the United States found that between 2021 and 2022, infant deaths in Texas rose from 1,985 to 2,240, a year-over-year increase of 255 deaths. This corresponds to a 12.9% increase in infant deaths in Texas versus a 1.8% increase in infant deaths in the rest of the US. During the same period, the study defines infants as under 12 months old.
Lack of access to abortion kills us. And if it doesn't succeed at that, it can leave us dealing with the ramifications of not receiving care early enough for the rest of our lives. Yet, we're constantly spoken down to about our decision to have or not have children. Plenty of women have said that they'll refuse to have kids now that Trump is going to be president, because they don't trust that the system will protect them. Not because of disagreeing about politics, but because their lives are on the line. In fact, some women are told to have kids to fix symptoms of other conditions. Never mind that the kinds of conditions that might be fixed by pregnancy usually lead to high-risk pregnancies, which might be worse than your current condition, but some of them are only fixed for the 9 months you're carrying a child. In which case, what are you supposed to do? Just keep getting pregnant every year until menopause? That's completely unsustainable and feels highly ethically questionable, and yet I know numerous women who have had this recommended to them by medical practitioners. Hey men, if, in order to fix testicular torsion, you were told to stretch your dick for 9 months and then repeatedly slam it into a car door, would that be a good suggestion? Do you think? Oh, also, the car door in question is a Cybertruck, and you're at higher risk of developing diabetes or throwing a clot if you do it. Still good? We've all seen the clip of Nick Fuentes cackling over the Trump victory because he knows it will make life harder for marginalized people, especially women. So if you don't want to see it again, skip to here.
Hey, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. We will keep you down forever. You will never control your own bodies. Never gonna happen, sweetie. Your body, our choice.
The phrase, your body, my choice, has had a 4,600% spike online in the week following the election. Men have become brazen in their desire to own women instead of just like being fucking normal. Seriously, try being normal for like a month. You'll not only have a better time, but you will stop contributing to the fascist decline we're currently in. Your body, my choice, is so evil. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It is evil. If you don't believe me, would you say it to anybody else? If a gay man said it to you, how would that make you feel? Threatened, right? This disgusting phrase has now become so widespread that it has broken the bounds of the internet. Children in schools have started saying it. Women are property to these people. We're incubators, and we matter less than our ability to produce a viable heir from their seed. That's how gross they are. Your body, my choice, is something we're just supposed to put up with. But men start crying when we make kill all men jokes? Women have been dealing with rape and murder threats for hundreds, if not thousands of years, which have only seemed to worsen over the last 5 because people are getting far too comfortable posting that shit and saying it out loud. But if we joke about men being bad, we're not doing enough outreach to men. Do you see how that is a ridiculous double standard? Speaking of, if we had a daughter, I'd watch and could not save her. The emotional torture from the head of your high table. She'd do what you taught her. She'd meet the same cruel fate. So now I've got to run so I can undo this mistake. At least I've got to try. We'll start with the obvious. Men aren't supposed to be monogamous, but if a woman isn't a virgin before she meets him, she's a chewed up piece of gum. Obviously. If every woman you meet has to be a virgin, but you're supposed to sleep with as many people as possible to gain clout, that's bad maths. You're gonna run out of women pretty quickly, and then you'll have to start sleeping with each other, and we all know you're not willing to do that. Also, if you want a woman who knows what she's doing, she might need some practice. I know y'all aren't good at it on the first try. Women are expected to be perfect, and when one isn't, she is dogpiled. But when men are exposed for serial abuse, there's always a, now hang on, hear me out, about it in the public eye. I've already got a whole nother video about Chapel Roan in the works, watch this space, but to cover it briefly, it has been fascinating and aggravating to watch the way the press reacts to a woman who is unwilling to put up with bad behavior. When she refuses to take people's shit, when she snaps back, when she discusses how damaging her sudden fame has been to not only her mental health, but her safety, the repeated refrain that she isn't fit for showbiz is parroted over and over again. Arguably, somebody who doesn't lie down and take it whenever she's trodden on is more suited for showbiz than anybody else. But what do I know?
Not me, bitch. You tell him, girl.
On the other side of the coin, it seems that whenever men behave badly or are struggling in the face of the industry, it ignites a new conversation about mental health. I'm not saying any of those men don't deserve those conversations. Kurt Cobain, Tom Holland, Pete Davidson, Pete Wentz, Kid Cudi, Prince Harry, John Mulaney, hell, even Kanye before all the Third Reich stuff. They all deserved to have their mental health and safety prioritized, but women are frequently not afforded this same consideration. Think of all of the women who have broken down over the years who were ostracized as crazy or hot messes or divas. Britney Spears, Lindsay Lohan, Amanda Bynes, Demi Lovato, Amy Winehouse, Princess Diana, Winona Ryder, Sean Young, Kesha, Whitney Houston, Marilyn Monroe. The list goes on and on, because the media loves nothing more than reporting on a woman's downfall. Amanda Bynes is still a laughingstock. Lindsay Lohan is only just getting her career back on track. Winona Ryder was blacklisted from the industry for years because she shoplifted. Hard to remember now, but it's true. Britney Spears became a meme because of her breakdown. And actually, I have something to say about that.
The dull people are not men, we are made of ass and glass. Skin is clay and painted blue, our head can detach. We are statues with a pulse. We are art you can...
Women aren't whole beings in the eyes of the media or the world. We're something to look at. And when we melt down or change our looks or act in a way that isn't for male consumption, we are punished for it. My university dissertation was on this exact topic because I had noticed a trend of men exploiting women even after their deaths. My dissertation sets out to explore the male gaze on female tragedy and the dehumanization of the female identity in suffering in the public consciousness under the mainstream male view. This thesis was inspired by the photograph of Evelyn McHale, most commonly referred to as the most beautiful suicide. After a student photographer took a snapshot of her dead body on the compacted roof of a car only 4 minutes after she jumped from the top of the Empire State Building. The first line of her suicide note was, "I don't want anyone in or out of my family to see any part of me. Could you destroy my body by cremation?" And this sentiment was not only not respected, but completely ignored. The student sold the photo to magazines, and it is still circulated to this day, found on album covers and as art prints available for sale. Female tragedy is historically seen as either something beautiful or as something to add to and fuel male tragedy and personal development, but it is rarely authentically depicted in media. In response to my thesis, I created a series of vignettes portraying different perspectives of the deaths of 3 women, Evelyn McHale, Sylvia Plath, and Marilyn Monroe. I have chosen to express their voices in a way that counters their previous depiction under the male gaze, such as Evelyn McHale's dying wish not to be seen, Sylvia Plath's narrative being written over by her husband following her suicide, and Marilyn Monroe's treatment throughout her lifetime and the sensationalization of her death. Princess Di was treated so egregiously as public property that the press quite literally caused her death. Ever since then, the royal wives are public property. See Kate's disappearance and the flurry around it, only for it to be due to receiving cancer treatment, or the way Meghan Markle was completely ostracized from the royal family for not conforming to their idea of what a real woman should be, because she's divorced, not white, and an actress. And because she wasn't willing to contort herself to fit into that mold. We are expected to take abuse with our heads held high, and if we ever buckle or break, the media pounces. Britney Spears wrote about the reactions to her famously publicized meltdown in which she shaved her hair off in full view of the paparazzi.
I'd been eyeballed so much growing up. I'd been looked up and down, had people telling me what they thought of my body since I was a teenager. I went into a hair salon and I took the clippers and I shaved off all my hair. Everyone thought it was hilarious. Look how crazy she is. Even my parents acted embarrassed by me. But nobody seemed to understand that I was simply out of my mind with grief. My children had been taken away from me. With my head shaved, everyone was scared of me, even my mom. No one would talk to me anymore because I was too ugly. My long hair was a big part of what people liked. I knew that. I knew a lot of guys thought long hair was hot. Shaving my head was a way of saying to the world, fuck you. You want me to be pretty for you? Fuck you. You want me to be good for you? Fuck you. You want me to be your dream girl? Fuck you. I'd been the good girl for years. I'd smiled politely while TV show hosts leered at my breasts, while American parents said I was destroying their children by wearing a crop top, while executives patted my hand condescendingly and second-guessed my career choices even though I'd sold millions of records, while my family acted like I was evil. And I was tired of it.
Shaving your head shouldn't be a radical act. But when women do it without trying to make it pretty, it's either seen as done to undermine the patriarchy because of the direct repudiation of misogynistic ideals, or it's seen as a sign of mental infirmity, a la Britney. The history of head shaving is an interesting one. Hair is intrinsically tied into a lot of cultures' versions of gender expression. Some don't allow women to show their hair in public at all, so letting your hair down is a revolutionary act. Some cultures expect a level of attention and grooming paid to the hair to ensure it looks presentable, and it's often been portrayed as a symbol of power or weakness, such as in the story of Samson. Medusa had snakes for hair as a symbol of her monstrosity, but also of her power and agency. Black women's hair is heavily policed by white supremacist ideals of femininity, so black feminism usually advocates for bigger, natural hair or dreadlocks, while for white women, being able to cut their hair at all was originally considered radical. And when the 20s bob came around, it was originally a huge scandal. Imagine it being a scandal, that you can cut your hair up to your chin. In Afghanistan, the secret practice of disguising girls as boys to ensure their freedom and family status is known as bacha posh. The first step in turning an Afghan girl into a bacha posh is a haircut. Hair is so tied into womanhood that many women are anxious to get it cut or dyed at all, for fear of changing it too much and losing their connection to their own identity and femininity. Women on America's Next Top Model who had their heads shaved frequently burst into tears. Being bald is stigmatized among women, largely because it's seen as a rejection of the cultural hegemony, an act of defeminization, or as a sign of illness. Frida Kahlo painted a self-portrait with a shaved head after her divorce from Diego Rivera. Rose McGowan shaved her head during the Me Too movement. Vivienne Westwood shaved her head in protest against climate change. Women sometimes shave their heads in solidarity with their cancer-suffering friends. Different waves of feminism have advocated for different kinds of autonomy related to hair. Second wave, and its resulting political lesbianism, championed growing body hair out to make yourself undesirable to men. You've probably seen similar headlines in the wake of Trump's election from women protesting the "your body, my choice" crowd by shaving their heads and attempting to make themselves as quote-unquote ugly and undesirable to men as possible. But again, That's complicated. Bald women are already subject to stigma by society, whether recovering from chemo or suffering from alopecia, and leaning into that stigma might not be the most progressive choice. When those women have fought to feel pretty despite the hair loss that is out of their control, labeling baldness as undesirable can be extremely hurtful.
And actually, if you want the perspective of somebody suffering from alopecia and how that's altered their own self-image and the way they present themselves in the world, I would highly recommend watching Caitlin Conrad's latest video titled Why Am I Bald?, which they released as I was editing this. 10 out of 10, well worth a watch. And also go over there and post a million positive comments under it because they absolutely deserve it.
Plus, there are the racial connotations. Julia Fox proclaimed she dyed her eyebrows yellow as man repellent, and that men hate her now that she's not catering to the male gaze.
Men hate my outfits. They're so mad that I'm not hot like how I was in Uncut Gems. I hear that all the time.
And there is some truth in that. TikTok trends such as man-repellent makeup or anti-male gaze makeup and anti-male gaze clothes go semi-viral every few months, with the primary goal being that you look approachable to women, but men will leave you alone. But how much of it is based on bucking Eurocentric beauty standards? And why is it a statement when white women allow themselves to be ugly as an act of rebellion?
So the real question is, who gets to be ugly? Because as a black woman, there has been plenty of messaging in my lifetime that has told me I am already ugly. And sure, I can define and reclaim ugly for myself, but not in the same way Julia Fox can. Looking undesirable for black women in the way Fox professes comes at a societal cost with harsher penalties.
But even black women have used baldness as a way to book this idea of ugliness in misogynoir and find their own peace with it. Solange Knowles shaved her head because she wanted to be free from the bondage that black women sometimes put on themselves with hair. In an interview with InStyle, Amanda Stenberg talked about their hair journey.
At first I had a very big curly fro that kind of became a symbol of my self-acceptance. It was me loving my blackness. It was the hair growing out of my head, so there was nothing wrong with that. As soon as I got tired of that look being my identity, I cut my hair shorter. I was curious how that might affect people's perception of my gender too, so I kept cutting it shorter and shorter. I wanted a hairstyle that felt less feminine.
Willow Smith and Skin from Skunk Anansi have also referenced similar pressures from misogynoir and wanting to liberate themselves from the pressures that come with their appearance being scrutinized. And in her book, I'll Never Write My Memoirs, Grace Jones referred to her own shaved look and how empowering it felt to her.
I liked how having it short was a threat to people because it made me look so confrontational. It made me look hard. In a soft world, it made me look more like a thing than a person. But that was how I had felt I was treated growing up, as a thing, without feeling, an object, not even human.
In an interview with Nylon in 2016, Halsey talked about her biracial identity and how shaving her head affected her.
Hair has also been a big indicator of racial issues in my life. It's one of the ultimate symbolic struggles for women of color. Shaving my head was important to me because I needed to be able to prove that I could still love myself if I did it.
Since the election results, American women are starting to shave their heads explicitly to become less desirable to men, harkening back to the 4B movement in South Korea, which has gained attention this year on TikTok and Twitter. The 4B movement aims to de-center men in the lives of women and refers to the 4 Bs. B kind of meaning no. Bionne, no dating. Bisexu, no sex. Bihon, no marriage. And Bichusan, no childbirth. South Korea has a frankly horrendous track record when it comes to women's rights. But even calling yourself a feminist in Korea is liable to get you labeled as crazy, because they see radical feminism as terrorism. Members of the 4B movement are derogatorily referred to as peminyon, femi bitches. And that's not an old thing, that's happening now. You can create feminist art and perform feminist actions as long as you don't call yourself one and try to get legislation pushed. Then they'll push you out of the spotlight. I love South Korea. I'd like to move there one day, but not at the moment. It's not overly safe at the moment. Femicide and intimate partner violence is also a concern in the country. The Korea Times reported at least 138 women were killed by male partners last year, and a further 311 survived attempts on their lives by their intimate partners. There were more than 57,000 cases of dating violence in 2021, according to the National Police Agency, tripling the previous year's figure. I have my issues with the 4B movement, in the same way I take issues with second-wave feminism's political lesbianism, which is that it often strays too far and ends up legitimizing turfism as feminism, which, to be clear, it isn't. It's just misogyny in a different hat. Online forums like WOMAD are the most guilty of this, and unfortunately they are a rather loud voice in the movement. Policing how trans women look in order to clock or out them is disgustingly trans-misogynistic, and also just regularly misogynistic, because we're then playing into the idea that in order to look like a woman, you have to meet certain attributes. Oh, you have a naturally square jaw? Not woman enough. You have excess hair on your face due to PCOS? No, you're secretly a man in disguise, and we hate you. You don't conform to the very rigid patriarchal ideas of what womanhood is? You're disgusting, and we hate you. It's not great. Like, I see where it's coming from, I really do, but you've got to be very careful not to let it stray too far. Shucking the shackles of femininity can be revolutionary, but only if we're embracing those more masculine traits as equally beautiful and empowering as the feminine ones.
I think an interesting addition to the idea that women have to look feminine and pretty in order to be taken seriously in business roles or leadership roles is when that Māori member of parliament did the haka in response to a bill that would be removing constitutional rights of the Māori people. And while whenever people outside of New Zealand see the haka, there is always an outpouring of extremely racist commentary, this particular video seemed to incite an awful lot of specifically misogynistic commentary. People saying that, like, while they didn't usually hate the haka, seeing her do it was unwomanly or gross or worse in some way. There's one woman who commented saying that, like, when women do it, it's scary. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. When men do it, it should also be scary. It's a war cry. Like, what are you talking about? But there is the fact that there was this additional level of disgust placed onto the haka because the person initiating it was a young, pretty woman.
Annie Lennox and Sinead O'Connor both famously shaved their heads in order to not only avoid being sexualized, but also to have their artistic talent taken more seriously, because people would focus less on their looks and more on their music. And there's some merit behind that. Women tend to be taken less seriously by men and even other women when they're conventionally attractive. Don't believe me? Ask Madison Nicole, known online as Gigglypuff, a Harvard Psychology and Computer Sciences graduate whose entire Twitter presence revolves around men not believing she could possibly have graduated without bribery or selling her own body to achieve it. Even when she posts proof, men are still desperate to undermine her because she's extremely pretty and blonde. Men in general are convinced they could beat women at things those women are skilled at. See the sheer number of "I could thrash her" comments about Serena Williams, female football players like Megan Rapinoe, WNBA players.
No, it was the NBA. Oh. I'm being told it's like the WNBA, but all dudes.
Like Lauren Jackson or Caitlin Clark, or the story of Billie Jean King.
Eureka, Billie Jean!
It's Bobby Riggs. Listen, I had a great idea.
Male chauvinist pig versus hairy-legged feminist. No offense.
You're still a feminist, right?
I'm a tennis player who happens to be a woman.
Don't hang up.
And by the way, I shave my legs.
But when it comes to academia, the level of vitriol against women is genuinely horrific. Women are frequently placed later on research papers, regardless of whether they headed them or not. But the biggest example of this that I can think of is writer Tara Moss. She was a model for years before she started publishing crime novels in the early 2000s, starting her modeling career when she was barely a teenager. When she first started releasing novels, there was a healthy dose of skepticism surrounding the authorship of those books. Because how on earth could a model be smart enough to write? In her own words from her amazing autobiography, The Fictional Woman, Moss recounts,
"The year is 2002. I am 28 years old, and I am sitting in a small, unfamiliar hotel room hooked up to a lie detector machine. Standing over me is a journalist from the Australian newspaper. Across the table is a professional polygraph examiner, a former Victorian police officer who normally tests suspected pedophiles, rapists, and killers. He is testing me to see whether or not I actually write my own books. I worked as a photographic and catwalk model in North America, Europe, and Australia before quitting at age 25 and publishing my debut crime novel. 2.5 years later, as my second novel hits the shelves, the book itself has seemingly been overshadowed by a more compelling mystery, how a model-turned-author, as I'm frequently dubbed in the press, could possibly write a book. The rumors abound that my novels are heavily edited, that my boyfriends wrote them for me, that I employed a ghostwriter, that they are plagiarized. But the truth is, I have written every day since I was a child, and I have spent hours every day for years now plotting, researching, writing, editing, and laboring over my novels. The rumors are false, but without a strong public voice, social media has yet to exist, I have very little means to defend myself.
She wasn't believed simply because she had to be too dumb and beautiful, because it's a universally acknowledged truth that girls who are pretty aren't allowed to be smart. Smart women are looked down on even if they're not conventionally attractive, but if they dare to be pretty, they'll be discounted entirely. Yet, if a woman isn't pretty enough, she's automatically spurned from speaking up, so it's a lose-lose either way. I've shaved my head before, more than once, and for the last 4 years, I'm always in some state of regrowing it. The first time was in the middle of the COVID lockdown, when I felt that my hair was suffocating, to the point that I wrote a poem about it, and then cut it off in its entirety.
It's 2007 and Britney Spears has shaved off all her hair. She shaved her head and picked a fight with a car. It's 2007 and you were a child or a teenager or something in between and you don't know what it means. It's 2007 and a crazy woman wielding a green umbrella is funny, but only if you're not paying enough attention. Don't worry. No one is paying attention. Every day you brush your hair and every day it knots. Once in a while you try something different, but most days you leave it be. You're getting tireder. You don't know when the exhaustion started, but you have a suspicion it was sometime after 2007. Not that it matters. Nothing matters. Maybe you shouldn't even bother to brush your hair. You brush it anyway. It hasn't rained in a while and you miss the breaks in the madness, or maybe it's the time, or maybe it's both and they're the same thing holding different coloured umbrellas. Over a decade passes. You're 20 or maybe 30 or something else entirely, and you want to shave your head and pick a fight with a car. You want to wield a green umbrella like a sword and batter away your madness. Everything is too hard. Days and nights and breathing, having hair that soaks and dries and knots and unties. It's suffocating. You're trapped in the life. You have no choice but to live. You submit to being known. You submit. You want to shave your head and pick a fight with a car. Your car has done nothing wrong, but neither has your hair. You want to punish them both anyway. You're so tired. You don't own an umbrella.
I was sick of it all. Not just because of womanhood, but because of the Sisyphean task of taking care of myself during one of the most mentally taxing periods of recent history. Living with less hair is easier. I've loved having relatively short hair ever since. I'm not sure I'll ever go back to the almost waist-length locks I had in high school. Sure, the middle stages of growing it out are always annoying, but way less annoying than the extremely thick locks I used to have in the middle of summer, constantly having to detangle knots and redo ponytails over and over again because bits fell into my eyes or over my neck. I look at pictures of myself with that hair, and I don't recognize myself.
I hate to say it, I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is. I mean, he could be walking down the street, I wouldn't know a thing. Sorry to this man.
The hair is overtaking me. I'm not owning it. Now I feel like it's just an extension of my personality. It also gives me more license to mess with it. Before I shaved it, I dyed it once or twice, from blonde to red to brown to red to blonde, and then finally started putting blues and purples on the ends, but afterwards, it's been hot pink, blue, purple, green, faded pink, half and half, rainbow, and black. As some of those other women voiced, it gave me more freedom. Not just from the societal pressure to look a certain way, but also of expression. I had more options. Some looks were more feminine than others, and as a largely femme-presenting agender person, that was usually what I leaned towards, but only because it's more fun. I see womanhood as performing drag, and if you want more information on that, I have a whole video about it. Right here. Masculine looks are sexy on other people, but I find them unappealing on my own features, largely because I'm not conventionally attractive. Also, if I skew too androgynous or masculine, I look like my father, and that makes me want to commit seppuku. Shaving my head didn't make me uglier, but there are men out there who think it does. And that's the real problem. Bald men like Andrew Tate are out there crying and shaking and screaming and throwing up at women who don't want him to look at them. I don't look hot for him, or any man. I look hot for me. Shaving my head was queer joy. It was a moment shared among friends I rarely got to see in person because of the lockdown. It brought me closer to figuring out who I was. I highly recommend that everybody tries it, at least once. Shaving our heads shouldn't be to become less desirable. It should be to become more desirable to ourselves, to our friends, to the people that matter. We should be making buzz cuts and baldness sexy, regardless of gender presentation. We should be using it as an act of sisterhood to those who can't grow hair, or to those who have lost it. Do it for fun, for the men with receding hairlines, for the trans men who are insecure about losing hair, for the trans women who don't pass according to a stupid Eurocentric patriarchal standard of what femininity is, for the burgeoning queer girls who want short hair but aren't brave enough to take that step yet, for the straight girls to see that there are other options outside of who they're supposed to grow into, for those women who must cover their hair in public or risk being brutalized or imprisoned. There are a million reasons to shave your head, but the first one should always be you. Do it for you. But being bald can be feminine and sexy just as much as it can be a rebellion of the patriarchy. Here, I'll show you.
The dull people are quiet. What is there to say? Art does not interpret itself. There are men with a day to save. We are paintings with legs. We are art you can...
See what I do for this channel? Like and subscribe.
Hey there, men. Look at how defeminized and ugly I am now. I'm barely a woman. Ignore the huge knockers. Sorry, I get very passionate about that topic. It was the subject of my dissertation, after all. Back to those double standards I was talking about, which actually still ties into what I was talking about in my dissertation, because I extensively researched the way women's suffering has been depicted in media, such as Chanel Miller, who was the assault victim of Brock Turner, who famously only received 6 months in prison despite being caught in the act. Her memoir, Know My Name, is an active choice to reclaim her voice and the depiction of her suffering in the public consciousness and return the ownership of it to her. I also took the time to review research I undertook in my first year on Sophia Tolstoy, who I also believe falls under the purview of my thesis, as she was treated badly all her life by the men who primarily wrote her story and painted her in a miserable light. The topic of the inherently male violence and the dehumanization of women is something that I found many resources on, all the way back to Greek tragedies, where tragic female stories always began with establishing their beauty first. My Octopus Teacher and Environmental Horror and Analysis, a video essay on the documentary My Octopus Teacher, discusses the way the narrative frames the female octopus against the backdrop of a man's midlife crisis, with the narrative offering no self-awareness of this, ascribing female traits to a creature that has never encountered the gender binary, and never will. This highlights the extent men will go to have female tragedy serve their own narratives in media. If a man will even do this with an octopus, how far has this destruction of the female identity gone, where the projection of said identity can be used in that way? As an aside, if you're a publisher and you like my work, hit me up. The point is, men can literally abuse women and still be allowed back into the industry, but a woman who has been papped acting erratically will be mocked for it for the rest of her life. Women will point out abuse, and people will cry out at the shame of a man's reputation being knocked because he had a whole career ahead of him and it's been taken away. If he didn't want to lose his career, maybe he shouldn't have done a crime? I don't know. Women are taught forgiveness and self-regulation from childhood, while men are taught to lead, whatever that means, and are given allowances for outbursts in a way women never would be. We're expected to put up with abuse from partners. We're less likely to be the abusers, but more harshly convicted when caught for domestic abuse. Something about that just doesn't add up, right? Women who've murdered their abusers or traffickers are given harsh prison sentences. Look at Cyntoia Brown, who was granted clemency in 2019 for the life sentence she received after killing her abuser at 16 years old. Robin Westgate got a life sentence for killing her husband and now works as a domestic violence consultant. Nicole Adimando, who was given 19 to life after shooting her abusive boyfriend, was refused a reduced sentence once before finally being granted one. Crystal Kaiser killed the man who had been sexually abusing her and filming it after meeting her when she was 16. She shot him when she was 17 after suffering abuse at his hands for over a year. She's been jailed for 11 years. He'd already been on the police's radar for abusing a dozen girls, all underage. And a few months before his death, police had arrested him but released him the same day. They had evidence, including videos, but he didn't get brought in. And now Crystal will serve 11 years in prison after spending 6 years fighting for her rights. She's 24 now. She'll be 35 when she leaves. Meanwhile, the piece of shit who raped Chanel Miller got 6 months of jail time, despite being convicted of all 3 charges of felony sexual assault. She was all but called a slut on the stand in order to frame his actions as consensual, and she bore it all with the level of self-control I wouldn't have managed, only to receive that result because they didn't want to ruin a man's life. His father famously stated, "The sentence is a steep price to pay for 20 minutes of action out of his 20+ years of life." I find that if in 20 minutes you manage to rape, brutally beat, or kill someone, you should probably suffer consequences for that. But hey, that's just me. An ex-New York cop was recently sentenced to 10 weekends in jail for raping a 13-year-old. That's, so bad it borders on parody. The Onion can't beat that. And hey, speaking of weekend jail, the same judge who had passed down Brock Turner's sentence had, the same day, given a man 72 days in jail to be served on 12 concurrent weekends for domestic violence battery. Drew Clinton, an 18-year-old who raped an unconscious 16-year-old at a party, had his verdict changed from guilty to not guilty. And during his decision, the judge did not mention the victim, only seemed disgusted at the idea of inappropriate parties. He didn't say it was her fault for going, but he didn't charge an adult with the rape of a child. So I think we can infer that he was thinking it. Jacob Walter Anderson was charged with raping, gagging, and choking a woman at a frat party in 2016, but received only a $400 fine and agreed to go to counseling. Owen Labrie was handed down a year after assaulting a teenage girl a few years below him at the prep school he attended. I realized something that I didn't write in when I was listing examples of really horrible, horrible men. I was watching a documentary months ago on Netflix about a rape and murder that happened in New Zealand, and how essentially they had evidence on evidence on evidence on evidence that he did it. They have evidence that he met up with her, they had evidence that he took her back to his hotel, they had evidence that she never left the hotel, and they had evidence that he left the hotel with a suitcase and then drove to the middle of nowhere and then came back without the suitcase. We also have evidence that he went out that morning to buy said suitcase. It is an open and shut, this man raped and murdered this woman case, right? Some of the most evidence anybody has ever had for one of these cases.
He'd been trying to find a really large sports bag because he plays softball and he teaches children a lot of softball. But it was really hard for him to find a bag that could fit all of his equipment in. Like, he couldn't find one that was big enough. But in the end, he did manage to find one. So that was a win for him, he said, for the day. He was back in his apartment and I didn't know, and I couldn't do anything about it.
And yet, they showed the court footage where they also had witnesses on behalf of the prosecution come in who were ex-girlfriends or ex-hookups of this guy, who also spoke about how he'd been violently dominating with them. He tried to do S&M stuff with them, which they weren't comfortable with. And obviously his defense was that, like, they'd done some S&M stuff which she'd asked for him to do, it had gone too far and he'd accidentally strangled her to death. That was his defense.
Ms. Mullane raised and initiated and led these activities, the restraint, the slapping, the biting, and the choking. Of course, he was not experienced enough to actually know how to do this properly and what the dangers actually were.
It's a bullshit defense, and we all know it, because he then buried her body in the woods. But, like, sure, go off, King.
On the way back from burying Grace, he's barefooted. He couldn't be seen with muddy shoes. Then he gets his clothes dry cleaned.
He went and bought a second suitcase. That's the level of planning, because that sets up a scenario for him when he later speaks to the police.
I've still got that suitcase in my room, and you guys can have it if that's what you're assuming.
And then they had witnesses come forward and be like, oh, he did the same thing to me, I'm scared of him. He did the same thing to me, I stopped seeing him immediately. And then the footage goes on and you see lawyers for the defense cross-examine these witnesses and just call them sluts. Just call them sluts to their face. Like, all but say the word slut to their face. Tell them that, well, they obviously wanted it.
Do you think that you may have overemphasized or exaggerated what took place that night and how you really felt about it?
Not at all. That's not a pleasurable thing. He would have seen me kicking and writhing. You can't say that I was sitting there enjoying it. After he moved off me, after the struggling, after the holding me down, I said that I couldn't breathe.
That's just nonsense, isn't it? Nothing bad did happen. You weren't kicking or struggling at all. He didn't have hold of your arms. He didn't say any of those things to you.
This is not a lie. I'm not trying to justify anything. I don't want to be telling my horrific story in front of all you people, but I am, and it's the truth. And you can't take that away.
Frame this dead girl who cannot defend herself, again I wrote a whole dissertation on this, as some kind of harpy who wanted violent sex and had to suffer the consequences, as opposed to a man who wanted to subjugate a woman so badly that he killed her. You know that there's evidence that after he killed her, he stayed in the room with her dead body, lying next to it on Pornhub. Do you think he was just watching for the fun of it? No, he was jerking off next to her dead body, because that's how little he cared about her life. But no, those women who had really harrowing experiences with him, and the woman who he killed, they're the problem. They're the sluts. They're the issue. And I get it. As a defense attorney, it is your job to try every possible angle in order so that your client does not receive the harshest punishment. But that is reprehensible.
I don't care if that's your job. You don't degrade someone over sexual violence when a victim is trying to be brave in front of her abuser.
Sorry, I got really mad. I got real mad.
Part of the reason why this video has taken so long to come out is because every time I think I've said my piece, something else comes out online that means I start a whole new point, or add on to a point I've already made. And for this section, while I was editing, it was the documentary on Lily Phillips, I Slept with 100 Men in a Day, and the internet's wider reaction to that, because some really right-wing people got really intense about it and were like, it's so inappropriate, like that's disgusting, she's a whore. And then a bunch of left-wing people were concerned for her safety, and I was incredibly concerned for her safety. It seemed like there was very little consideration done for STD checks and things like that. Like, the assistant is on camera saying that they had previously organised with some people and then some of them had dropped out, and so they were just accepting people day of, and like you're not getting an STD test done day of, and that's extremely worrying, extremely concerning on a safety level. It's also extremely concerning the clear emotional reaction she had. She talks about dissociating, she talks about how she'll only remember like maybe 10 of the men all up, like repeatedly expressed that they'd pushed lunch, they'd pushed breaks because they were just not getting through the men fast enough, and so she wasn't eating enough.
When was the last time you ate?
I think I had a yam yam. Yam yam, is that what they're called? A little pastry. And I think I had a sandwich, and that was kind of, and then the rest come.
They showed the room at the end, and it's very heavily blurred on YouTube, but they're pretty descriptive when they talk about it, and like that's filthy. She talks about the toll it's taken on her, and in particular, like she mentions her eyes being sore and stinging because she asked them not to come in her eyes, and then they did anyway.
I think I repeatedly said, you can't have face, but not in my eye.
And they just went right at the eyes.
Well, I think like it might have been an accident.
The repeated boundary crossing by the men, by her team, it's all extremely worrying, and it's even more worrying that a lot of the response from the internet was a bunch of men calling her a whore. Sure, that is her profession, but she makes those videos because they sell, and they're not selling to women. I'm sure there are some women that watch it, but she's making videos like that because they sell to men, and the people that participated were all men. It was 100 men who stepped up to sleep with her. The same level of scrutiny is in nowhere near reflected back on those men at the same capacity as it is on her. And all those men knew what they were going in for. They knew they were sleeping with her on the same day as she was sleeping with 99 other men. That was the deal. They went in there with eyes wide open. She was very upfront about things. And yet, so many men online are talking about her like she's disgusting and not mentioning these 100 men at all. It just makes me cross, because there are conversations to be had as a result of that documentary. There are conversations about safety in sex work. There are conversations about regulations in sex work. There are conversations about having the kind of management team that knows how to organize. Like, her management team were so clearly unorganized, didn't know what was going on, even though there are 9 of them. Seemingly no one had an actual plan or a schedule for the day. At first, they weren't even going to hire security. They made that decision last minute. That's all incredibly unsafe. And part of the reason why it's so unsafe is because sex work is not a regulated industry, because it is so stigmatized and in a lot of places very illegal. There is so much less oversight, workplace health and safety implemented in order to keep sex workers safe. I don't know, man. It's just,
It's infuriating. I'm going to talk more about the specific dangers that women face at the hands of men and the way the system favors that particular thing a lot later. I just wanted to cover it a little bit now to show you the double standards of how a man will murder a woman and the defense will be, but she wanted it. Hey girl, that's not how that works. I could go on, but researching this section has taken years off my life in a way that judges seem determined not to do to guilty men. To be clear, I'm an advocate for prison reform, and I don't think that our current prison system works at all. But come on, the lack of consequences is infuriating. Male comedians and artists who talk about cancel culture on stage at their sold-out Netflix tapings, on their podcasts, to their audience of millions. Woody Allen has been accused of abusing his children and is currently married to his stepdaughter, who he met between the ages of 7 and 9 years old. And somehow people still rush to make movies with him. It hasn't seemed to affect his career at all. And every time people bring it up, there's an annoyance associated with it. Like, we know, but he's a genius, so stop reminding us. There's an uncomfortability with being reminded of their actions. Michael Jackson, nuff said. OJ released a book called If I Did It. Roman Polanski alone should be a case study on how cancel culture is a crock of shit as long as you're a powerful enough man. He was convicted of the rape of a 13-year-old, and even after he fled the country, people will still not only work with him, but praise his art. Men can be literally evil, and people will still let them have a thriving career. Competent female directors with glowing reviews will make one box office flop and never work in the industry again. As Tara Isabella Burton stated in her Vox article on the dark history behind letting male geniuses get away with bad behavior, artists are tormented geniuses. Women, especially when they're muses, give them what little release they can find in this cold, cruel world. Because he is so misunderstood by the world, because his feelings are so much stronger and more important than anybody else's. The male artist simply must be gratified. He is not a harasser. In other words, he's just overcome by the pure intensity of his artistic feeling. The most recent example of this phenomenon, and the parallel phenomenon of the tragic artist, was the media fervor around Liam Payne. Liam Payne, regardless of how tragic and genuinely heartbreaking his death was, abused his girlfriend. And now, she's the one copping comments from people blaming her for his death simply for coming forward with her experiences. That is disgusting. And anybody doing that should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. But it's also not an isolated incident. Victims are constantly threatened with the consequences of leaving their abuser, being suicide or self-harm. And it's incredibly brave to leave or come forward with that hanging over your head. And if they do that and the person follows through on those threats, this is incredibly re-traumatizing for those victims. But who cares about her? Here's a petition to raise awareness for mental health, created entirely because of Liam's death. I'm not saying that raising awareness isn't a good thing or that it doesn't come from a good place. All I'm saying is that once you notice the disparity in how the genders are treated with regards to mental health, it is impossible to unsee. The kinds of men who are looking down on male mental health awareness are the exact kinds of men who could benefit the most from it. You're gatekeeping yourself from your own happiness, and you're trying to drag everybody else down with you. Male mental health has been deprioritized by men, not you personally, but by the men who raised you. The generations of boys don't cry fathers and teachers and bosses who created a world where a man can be absolved of any crime except for emotional intimacy with somebody he's not sexually attracted to. Young girls are socialized to be more polite, to swallow their feelings and learn to process them from a young age, while boys aren't, and tend to learn to release their feelings in bursts of anger and frustration, which then leads them to an unhealthy relationship with themselves and their emotions later in life. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you that it was not women who created this system. Men are expected to be breadwinners, to lead the household, whatever that means, but they're not taught how to nurture or how to actually raise children or communicate effectively with their peers. They have to suppress their feelings for fear of being labeled as gay or girly, because apparently there's nothing worse, which is a lot of work. It's almost like, in some ways, they're performing a kind of Invisible labor?
The capillaries in my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? Somebody I thought was my savior, you sure make me do a whole lot of labor. The callous skin on my hands is cracking. If our love ends, would that be a bad thing? And the silence haunts our bed chamber. You make me do too much labor.
You've probably heard the term invisible labor by now. But to make sure we're all on the same page, it refers to the often unnoticed labor performed by women in relationships, families, and workplaces. The kind of thing that you don't notice is being done if you're not ever required to do it. The cleaning, organizing, and managing that men simply think happens by magic. This TikTok shows the physical aspect pretty clearly.
My husband told me that I don't clean up after him. He doesn't make any messes. Mind you, I'm sick. It's 7:16 a.m. Just gonna show you the first mess. That would be his wet towel in the bed that I'm in sleeping from him just showering before work. Job number 2, 7:44 a.m. Clothes on the side of the bed because we don't have baskets. We don't have laundry baskets here in this house. Job number 3, 7:46 a.m. I've only been out of bed for like, 15 minutes. Asked him to change the baby before he left this morning. We wrapped the baby in a Snuggie. I usually fold it and put it back in his changing table drawer. Apparently it just goes here in a pile. I'm even gonna give some credit here where credit's due. He put the baby bottles in the right spot, but like putting them in there to soak like this it's really not gonna benefit me at all. So you can see like these ones I put in and we're getting ready to leave. I can't stand this. This one like really gets me. There is a shoe rack. I'm also gonna mind you that all of these are his. When I come home, I take my shoes off and I bring them to my closet, which mind you, he has one too. One last thing, 7:59, so many minutes later. He wears a hat every day of his life. He will stack hats as tall as fucking me in a basket in the bathroom. We're only at 3, but if I let it go, tall as me.
Specifically, these are examples of both invisible labor and weaponized incompetence. I presume by this point that most people have at least heard of weaponized incompetence, but in case you haven't, this is where people, often but not exclusively men, feign an inability to complete or master a task, so that in the future they're not expected to attempt it again, and that drudgery is then taken over by someone else. This can be anything from oversalting dinner on their night to cook, breaking dishes while washing up, putting the colors in with the whites and ruining laundry, or being so bad at changing nappies that you become exempt from baby duty. It's also something that happens in the workplace. People, usually managers, push off their more tedious work on others because you're so much better at Excel than me, I'd only screw it up. Or even never being the one to make the office coffee because for some reason they're incapable of using a pod machine or boiling a kettle. It's not always just ruining a task to get out of it. Sometimes it's making the process of completing the task so labor intensive for the other person that they just give in. Because at that point, it feels easier to just do it themselves rather than walk you through it for the 15th time, or chase up every little part of the task, or field 100 questions about basic things. The best example of this is when women who usually get the groceries for the household ask their partners to do it. Even when given a list, there are so many stories of men getting the wrong brand, or the wrong flavor, or failing to pick up items entirely, or calling their wives from the grocery store to beg her to micromanage them as they don't understand what olives means and they need explicit instructions as to which jar it is, even though they've bought the same one for 5 years and they should know what it looks like by now. Tossing clothes on the floor or not putting them on the shoe rack right next to where you've taken your shoes off is weaponized incompetence. There is an argument to be made that it could be a neurodivergent blind spot. Like, I have ADHD and I often struggle to fold the laundry once I've taken it off the line, or put shoes back on my shoe rack every time I take them off. But the real tell in that video is that he's claiming he never makes messes. One of the worst parts of ADHD is the overwhelming shame associated with knowing I haven't finished a task and not being able to. Or even if I've forgotten entirely, when it's pointed out, feeling like a complete pillock for failing to notice something that would be so obvious for someone else. Claiming you don't make messes isn't an ADHD thing. It's an incompetence thing. He doesn't see any of those things as messes because they're always fixed for him. He never had to do any of the labor associated with tidying up after himself, so he walks through life thinking he doesn't make messes. It's also the emotional labor. nurturing, managing other people's emotions, and all the expectations that comes with.
Perfect example of this is I re-downloaded my dating apps towards the beginning of this year, and I decided to try and take it seriously this time around and really assess what I was looking for. In my whole life, I've been very independent, we split the bill on the first date, and I realized maybe I'm going about this wrong. Men are saying they want little dainty princesses, and you know what? Being taken care of to a lot of us sounds kind of nice right about now. So I decided that the barrier to entry to getting a date with me would be that you have to ask me on a date, obviously, and you have to plan the date, and I will show up for the date. Since I've downloaded these dating apps, I've talked to a number of men, gone on only 3 or 4 real dates. Because that's how many men literally can't even plan a first date. That's how quickly they expect you to start pulling all of the weight in a relationship that hasn't even started yet. For example, about 2 weeks ago or so, I started talking to this boy on the apps. Great conversation, right? All green flags. And then he hits me with can I get your number? Let's get off the apps and let's get a date planned. And I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, green flag, green flag. No date has been planned at this point, and yet I've agreed twice that we should be going on a date. About a day or so later, as we're talking, once again, he asked me, would you be interested on going on a date with me? And at this point, red flag number 1. Sir, how many times do I have to tell you and reassure you, yes, you haven't even asked me out on the date yet, but you've asked me a number of times if I'd want to go on a date. That was the whole point of me giving you my number. So at this point, I respond back, I'm really confused. We've had this conversation already. I've already agreed to this. Why do you keep asking me this, but not asking me on a date? And he's like, right. Oh, okay, my bad, right? Red flag number 2. So I stopped responding to him. About 24 or 48 hours later, he hits me up. He took the hint, obviously, and he says, Monday night, let's go get food. I'll text you closer to the date, a location. And I'm like, yes, 100%. Also noted, boys aren't stupid. He noticed that real quick. So Sunday rolls around and he's like, we could go get smoothies. And I'm like, that's a good idea because I like a coffee smoothie first date. But if it's after work, there aren't going to be any smoothie places open. So he and I are pitching ideas back and forth for what to do. And Monday morning rolls around. He texts me bright and early that he's super excited to go on the date tonight. We're talking throughout the day. An hour or 2 before the date, he texts me, oh, it's my uncle or grandpa or somebody's birthday this weekend. And I actually have to call my family tonight at 6:30, the time the date was planned, so that we can plan it this weekend. Can we push the date to tomorrow or Wednesday? And I go, that's strike number 3, red flag number 3. Dude, no. I just respond back, I am unfortunately busy tomorrow, which I was. I had plans with my friends. And he responds back, I screwed up real bad here multiple times, huh? And I didn't respond back to any of this, because you did, dude. I had to back you into asking me on the real date. Then I had to back you into planning the date. I'm not going to back you into showing up to the date too, dude. If these guys can't even plan a date, how are you going to build us a castle? My life is just easier not having to manage your daily schedule on top of mine. And don't even get me started on the concerns it would raise if we were to have children together. I don't want to feel like the only parent in a house in which I'm now raising my children and also my partner.
The invisible emotional labor also covers trans misogyny and misogynoir, which I am far less qualified to talk about than trans women or black people, and in particular black trans women, but which cannot go unspoken in a video about misogyny. Attempting to dress or do your hair and makeup a certain way so that you don't get attacked either for looking too much like a woman or not enough of one is labor. Deciding every day whether your gender presentation matching your internal experience is worth the intense amount of scrutiny you would receive is labor, because you're either conforming and doing the work of masking and hiding and biting back pain, or you're enduring the dangers associated with external perception from strangers. Being black in a world run by systemic racism is already labor, but adding in femininity or lack thereof only increases the toll it takes. Constantly monitoring your own behavior in public in order to avoid confrontation is labor. And most women have to do that in some way or another. It's just much, much, much worse for trans women and people of color. The goalpost is constantly being moved. And trying to catch up to it, say it with me kids, is labor. If you want more in-depth videos discussing trans misogyny and misogynoir, may I direct you to the channels of these amazing humans: Khadija Mbowe, Turb, Shanspear, Cat Black, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, FD Signifier, Princess Weeks, CJDX, Little Shop of Ali, Yara Zaid, T-Noir, Aranok, Jessie Gender, The Leftist Cooks, ContraPoints, Kaylin Conrad, Alexandra Avila, Philosophy Tube, Dead Domain, Thought Slime, Evasive, Ro Ramden, and Mia Mulder. There are tons of others. Those are just the ones I came up with off the top of my head, and the ones that I personally think are amazing and incredible and would like to be friends with. You'll have to promise to go and watch all of their videos right after this one. Deal? I'm so serious. Deal? In fact, I'm so serious that I've made a YouTube playlist with a bunch of their most relevant videos on this topic, and I've linked it below. So there's really no excuse not to at least check out 1 or 2 of them after this. I've made it so easy. Barely any labor at all. Invisible emotional labor is obviously most present within relationships, and it's even harder to quantify than the physical stuff because it's legitimately invisible. Taking care of children, remembering birthdays, knowing allergies off by heart, listening to others' woes and providing a comforting presence, managing the emotions of the household. If you've never had to do any of these things yourself because your wife or mother has always done them for you, how do you even know what you're looking for? It wouldn't even occur to you to think about it. And thus, when the women finally get sick of all of that work and draw a line in the sand, the men are often completely blindsided. An article written by Matthew Frey in 2020 has recently had a resurgence online, and I highly recommend giving it a read, because when his wife first divorced him because of the labor inequity in their relationship, he thought she divorced him over the dishes, and he didn't understand why. As he states, I tried to help my wife around the house. I thought I'd wash a load of laundry, put it in the dryer, and maybe even fold the clothes too. Once I left an ink pen in the pocket of her jeans. She got really mad about that. Like, really mad. I thought she was being unfair again, as it was an honest mistake. If she had accidentally got ink stains on my clothes, I'd never have been this angry. I'd never be this mean to you over an accident, I thought. Secretly, I always believed I held the moral high ground in these conversations, because I was so nice. I believed, seriously, that I was a nicer person than my wife. I had a more cheerful disposition. I was more polite. My self-identity was one of being kind. So when she would angrily talk to me about something upsetting her, I was quick to defend myself against what I perceived to be unfair attacks. He lays out something which most women are aware of and most men aren't, which is that being the one doing all of the invisible labor also saddles you with negative labels around your attitude, too. Chasing up your partner all the time because they are not able or refuse to see all of the work they're not doing only worsens the relationship, because asking for help or becoming frustrated with inaction is seen as nagging. Because the expectations on women are so ingrained, men actually stepping up isn't seen as part of their actual duties, but as helping. Which, as Matthew points out, implies that your partner is responsible for these things, and you're just lending a hand. Oh, so nice of you. I remember my wife often saying how exhausting it was for her to have to tell me what to do all the time. I always reasoned, if you just tell me what you want me to do, I'll gladly do it. But she didn't want to be my mother. She wanted to be my partner, and she wanted me to apply all of my intelligence and learning capabilities to the logistics of managing our lives and household, to doing the work of seeing and taking stock of all that must be done in order for our home life to function. When men actually do step up to help their partner, it's all too often accompanied by expectations of praise or gratitude, as if we went above and beyond because we folded a load of laundry or cleaned a bathroom on one occasion. Women run the household. They lead the household, and men take credit, like a figurehead or a false idol. Where have I heard something about those being bad? It'll come to me. To refer back to my dissertation, Sophia, who had married Leo Tolstoy at 18 despite him being 16 years her senior, extensively chronicled her life in diaries, which I have read numerous times. The night before their wedding, he gave her a journal of his sexual exploits, which is super weird and uncomfortable, considering she was inexperienced and again, 16 years his junior. She gave birth to 13 children and had 3 additional pregnancies that ended in miscarriage. Only 8 of her children survived childhood. She ran the family estate while her husband was writing. She edited all of her husband's novels and hand-copied them all numerous times, and she stayed devoted to him for her entire life. But 10 days before he died, he abandoned the house and refused to let her in to see him before he died, which devastated her. After his death, his friends continued to shut her out. She did 4 times the work of her husband and was never once appreciated for it. Women are constantly expected to match the effort of their male counterparts with very little fanfare, but are punished for asking for credit, while men will occasionally dip their toes into the domestic chores and be praised for the bare minimum. Once again, not all men. There are so many unsung heroes who are raising kids on their own, stay-at-home dads, trans parents, or even men who are trying their best to buck the nuclear family blueprint in order to ensure their wives aren't being subjugated. And those men should all be praised. But mums are simply expected to take care of the kids. Yet when dads do it, it's babysitting, or they're praised for the bare minimum. Oh, he braided his daughter's hair? Oh, cute. I know 100 mothers who could do that between making breakfast and packing school lunches. And most of those women know at least 2 different styles of braid. But go off, King. I'm not saying I'm not glad he learned. I'm just saying, unless we're throwing a fanfare every time a woman learns, what are we doing? This leads to a culture where they're praised for the bare minimum and not appreciated for the actual work they do outside of the household. But you'll note that it's not us who are mocking those men for their efforts. It's the goddamn manosphere twats. And I do not want to discourage men from learning these things. I'm not saying they don't deserve praise for involved parenting, but why is that kind of effort only the standard for women and not men? And all the invisible labor being on women isn't good for y'all either, because you'll hear men constantly complaining about how much work they're doing, and yet when they get home, their wife wants help with cooking or tidying or playing with the kids, when all they want is some time to decompress. Your wife wants that too. And she's also been working all day. But you don't see most of it as work, which leaves you feeling like you're hard done by because you're the only one doing real work. It'll make you resent your wife while she resents you right back for not seeing how much she's drowning in labor. And then something divorce statistics. And look at it like this. If it wasn't real work, why is it so hard for you to pick up that work once you get home? When women express a desire not to have kids, it's frowned upon. But when men do it, it's only natural. Men are allowed to be absentee fathers, but absentee mothers are the devil incarnate. I read a Reddit story the other day about a mother who was asking if she was the asshole for not taking in her cheating ex-husband's affair children after he died, because his parents and even her own mother were making her feel guilty about it. And her reasoning was sound. She found out he cheated through the birth of the children. And their divorce was messy for her and her kids, and she's still processing it. Her teenage children don't want to live with the affair children, and she doesn't ever want to take in kids that she doesn't love, because she knows they'll notice. And that's not fair on them. But her in-laws pressured her to the point where they told her teenage children she'd already said yes, and put her name down for fostering and adopting the babies without her knowledge. Because it's selfish of her not to take on 2 new children that only exist because her ex-husband cheated on her. Would you be able to treat those kids fairly? I don't think I could. Because I've also read numerous Reddit stories about people who couldn't understand why their dad was so cruel to them all their life, only to find out in adulthood that they were an affair child. People aren't good at managing their feelings. And kids are way more intuitive than we give them credit for. This woman was doing the most rational thing she could by refusing to take in those kids. And she was shamed and berated for it. Because she's a mother. How dare she? This is also a big part of the reason the 4B movement has gained so much traction in Korea.
What really told me the extent of how severe Korean patriarchy used to be was Please Look After Mom by Shin Kyung-soo. The book describes the married life of the mother and the father, and it's set only, 2 generations away from my generation. And the patriarch in this portrayal doesn't work all that much, if at all. All he really is that he's the head of the family. She works, takes care of the kids, takes care of the home, while her husband does nothing and goes out to sleep with other women, drink with his friends, and do whatever he wants. At the end of the day, he can come back to the nest whenever he wants with no consequences of any kind. And that was apparently quite common in Korea before, where men don't do anything but just for existing, they were valued. The eldest male had power over everyone in the family and let nobody do anything without his consent. And to me, people saying how radical Korean feminism has become don't realize that this is a proportional response to how bad it was for women, how they were just viewed as mere tools in Korean society before, how they were expendable outside of making babies, making sons more specifically.
This pressure comes from something that everybody has to deal with, but that a lot of people refuse to believe they do because they're trained to dislike the name, like communism or being cisgender. That thing is called compulsory heterosexuality. The idea that everybody should engage in this traditional idea of what a good life is, which involves dating and marrying someone of the opposite sex, and then settling down and having children and living a normal life. If you don't want kids, that undermines compulsory heterosexuality. If you're queer, that undermines compulsory heterosexuality. If you're trans or non-binary, it completely fucks with the binary that compet is trying to enforce, which is part of why right-wing morons hate us so much. If you're ace, that's even worse, because at least allo-queer people can pretend to be somewhat normal. But asexuality exposes not just compet ideology, but also compulsory sexuality, period, as deeply flawed, which is why we're rarely acknowledged when the topic comes up. One of the biggest benchmarks of compulsory heterosexuality is the sexuality part. As Angela Chen states in her book Ace, What Asexuality Reveals About Desire, Society, and the Meaning of Sex, which is incidentally our book of the month in our book club, and I'm really enjoying discussing it with all of you guys. It's been really great. It is a failure of society if anyone needs to say, I have a partner, to turn someone down. And it is a failure of society if anyone needs to invoke a sexual orientation to avoid unwanted sex because saying no doesn't do the job. Compulsory sexuality is a set of assumptions and behaviors that support the idea that every normal person is sexual, and that not wanting socially approved sex is unnatural and wrong, and that people who don't care about sexuality are missing out on an utterly necessary experience. Within relationships, the desire to have sex and the desire not to have sex are so often treated unequally because of the common belief that entering a relationship requires giving up a measure of consent. As she said, compet ideals don't just hurt queers and spinsters, they hurt everybody. The expectation on men to be sex-obsessed, to be a stoic alpha who brings in the money because that's his designated role, is ruining so many lives. Not just for the women who feel forced to go along with it for fear of being labelled as frigid or even fear of retaliation if a man doesn't get his way. Not just for those men who can't fit into that role, gay, trans, ace, autistic, disabled, or otherwise unable to match the demographic, but also for you cishet boys. And if you're offended by me calling you cishet, consider not being a little snowflake and having the resilience to understand that A, it is not an insult, it is just a factual label, B, I am actively trying to help you, and C, I deal with rape threats and I still find it in my heart to listen to y'all when you talk about your struggles. So if you can't cope with the cishet allegation, kindly go back to 4chan and leave the rest of us out of it. As I was saying, cishet boys are screwed by this too. In the opening section, oh god, that feels like forever ago, doesn't it? I feel like I've been writing this for eons. I talked about how the pressure on young men is often so intense that when they inevitably don't match up to some part of it, it's crushing, and it can cause many men to spiral. There's a reason why incel forums exist, which were originally invented by a woman, by the way, but I don't have time to go into that. And while manosphere red pill ideology is so attractive to these men, it tells them that what they were trying to live up to is possible, and it's actually everybody else's fault that they can't reach it. Women are too shallow to go for you if you're not a millionaire. It's not that you've internalized misogyny so severely that women pick up on your attitude within minutes of meeting you. It's that they're bitches or sluts, and they're not good enough for you anyway. A compulsory heterosexual life will not automatically make you happy. But okay, just in case using those words makes things confusing or makes you less likely to want to agree with them because you've been trained to believe that those words mean something other than what they do, let me make it real simple. If you realize that you either do not like something or are unable to achieve it, making yourself miserable about it is not the answer. The answer is finding out what you do like and what you can achieve and creating your own happiness. For Troy Bolton, that meant both sport and music. For some of you, it means just sport or just music. If you're hungry but allergic to peanuts and somebody tells you that in order to stop being hungry you should just eat a Snickers, that person is not trying to help you. Hell, even if you're hungry and you have no allergies and you actually like pretty much every vegetable on earth, but you absolutely hate broccoli, like almost gag if it touches your mouth, and your dad tells you to eat it anyway, refuses to offer you alternative vegetables at the dinner table, and sometimes gives you more broccoli than other people, like it's some kind of innate trial that you should go through every week, like somehow, if you just do it enough, you'll learn to love broccoli, despite that never being how literally anything works, then you have a shit dad. That example may have become more personal than I intended it to. When I say compulsory heterosexuality is bad, I think a lot of people hear, she hates straight people, the gay agenda is real, kill her with fire, get the pitchforks. When what I actually mean is being forced into a rigid box isn't good for you psychologically, socially, or societally. That's it. Heterosexuality is not the problem here. The idea that it's the only way to exist is. And that includes existing in a heterosexual lifestyle that doesn't match comp-het ideas. If you want an interesting example of this, watch the video of Ben Shapiro talking about Wicked. It's fascinating to see. I disagree with Ben on pretty much every political issue, and I mostly think he's a huge pompous dick nozzle. But if you watch him analyze media without trying to artificially complain about the woke mob, you can actually see how much he's enjoying himself.
And Cynthia Erivo has pipes on her. I mean, she can really, really belt. She can really sing. So she's terrific in it. Ariana Grande, by contrast, does not live up to the standard of Kristen Chenoweth.
He's happier when he's discussing musicals and performances than he has ever been doing his stupid climate change debates.
Also, she doesn't have the voice of Cynthia Erivo. So every time she goes up, it feels like she's going into head voice. She doesn't have the ability to belt Broadway style. She has a much smaller voice than Cynthia Erivo.
But because he needs to be seen upholding his comp-het right-wing ideology, he rarely makes videos just talking about his little passions. And I feel genuinely bad for him. It can't be comfortable, always living for other people's opinions. Take it from me, Ben. You should be yourself. I promise. You'll be less miserable all the time. You might start making other people more miserable, but fuck them. Am I right? Conforming for the sake of conforming doesn't make anybody happy. Ever in the history of time. If you subscribe to the ideas laid out in comp-het ideology because that makes you normal, you will only be unhappy. There was a man who went semi-viral on Twitter while I was writing this for his Bumble profile. In it, he had a link where he essentially had written a manifesto of exactly what kind of woman you have to be if you ever hope to date him. He talks about traditionalism, submission, body count, male friends, loyalty, gender roles, and appearance. Apparently, if you have unclassy tattoos and piercings, you're not the girl for him. One sec, just booking another tattoo. And he talks about fitness being vital when what he actually means is thin and conventionally attractive. Guess I'm out then. Oh, I'm so sad about that. So sad about that. Now, everyone dunked on this man. Deservedly so. He seems like an absolute prat. But while reading it, all I could think about was how misguided he is and how miserable he's going to be as a result. He believes the lie that he's been sold that men have to lead and protect while women should cook and clean and submit. Ugh. And he has this idea that if he ever meets a woman who ticks every single one of his little control fantasy boxes, he'll be happy. The sad truth is that even if he did meet that imaginary woman,
but she's real, but last week she died,
he would still be miserable because he's not looking for a connection. He's looking for someone who can meet his demands. Not even like a checklist of things he'd like but could negotiate. These are demands. And there's absolutely no space in his manifesto for her demands. These colors backwards. Deal with it. He wants her to be fit, but he doesn't pledge that he will always remain so. He wants a mostly virginal woman, but he's also looking for friends with benefits. He's policing certain kinds of tattoos and piercings while himself admittedly having tattoos and piercings. But hey, at least he acknowledges that one. What he doesn't acknowledge is any of his own willingness to meet a woman's expectations. Other than like, I'll protect you.
Scram! Leave her alone.
Which, like, come on, man. If that's all you can offer, she's better off buying a can of mace. Not to quote Daniel Sloss for the millionth time, but you're thinking of yourself as a whole jigsaw, and you're thinking of any woman you date as one perfect piece that will finally fill that last hole in the middle, while failing to realize that women are not just puzzle pieces. She is also a whole puzzle. Every single one of us is a whole puzzle. He's not thinking about a relationship like the meeting of two people, and thus he will die miserable, even if he's been married 4 years. He can't admit that he's confused and unhappy and doesn't know how relationships work, outside of what the manosphere tells him it should look like. So he decides that actually, he just has really high standards, and if you don't meet them, he simply can't take you seriously. That's a phrase that came up a lot, by the way. All that tells me is that he doesn't respect women. He's doing so much work, one might even say labor, before he's even actually been on a date in order to justify his feelings of inadequacy to himself and the world. And when men talk about this, it's always framed like it's an issue that only men face. But women face this as well, as do non-binary people. This is something I think a lot of people overlook when it comes to this manosphere bullshit. Men subscribe to these ideals because they're told that this is innate, that society should work this way. And it's only down to other people's sins that it doesn't. But even once they're completely down the rabbit hole and through the looking glass with this ideology, they're still not happy. Because compulsory heterosexuality does not make you happy. In fact, statistically, It makes you miserable. People involved in manosphere content aren't married, they're not in long-term relationships, and the people subscribing to it tend to be subscribing to it because they aren't either. If you don't understand what invisible labor is, try to quantify how much time you spend policing the actions of other people, whether it's writing dating manifestos or paying for Andrew Tate courses or constantly coming up against friction when you express those traditional values to other people. That's invisible labor. It's shitty, pointless, irritating labor, but it is labor. All it is doing is draining you, and it makes you a drain to be around. But if that level of invisible labor, which is entirely self-inflicted, might I add, is exhausting, imagine what the women in your life go through. Constantly doing twice, thrice, 4 times the work for half the credit. And hey, sometimes no credit. Let's talk about the complete betrayal of women that comes with the Matilda effect. The Matilda effect is a phenomenon where the work of women scientists is downplayed, ignored, overlooked, or attributed to men. Women are held to such a high standard, and their efforts are so overlooked to the point where some of them did the things that men have taken credit for. Rosalind Franklin did a lot of the early work on DNA, and then Watson and Crick took all the credit. Now, while this is up for some debate as to exactly how involved she was, it is inarguable that her contributions were unsung for a long time, regardless of how much work she did and how much of that work they saw. Cecilia Payne-Gaposchkin discovered the chemical makeup of the universe, positing that stars were made up of hydrogen and helium despite the prevailing wisdom of the time. She was ignored, and she was right. Vera C. Rubin was vital to the discovery of dark matter, but wasn't acknowledged despite her role in uncovering the building blocks of the universe. It's only recently that we've started crediting those women. And astronomy is still a boys' club. I asked my friend Brownie, who's an astronomer, she said so. F. Scott Fitzgerald famously stole his wife Zelda Fitzgerald's writing and passed it off as his own, including from her own diary. And when she sent a manuscript to his publisher, he even went as far as to make her cut out pieces he'd already plagiarized from the novel, halting its progress before it was even published. He then had the nerve to call her a plagiarist. Einstein's first wife, Mileva Marić, was a physicist and mathematician in her own right, who Einstein claimed he couldn't work without, and cited her as doing maths for and with him. In his letters, he refers to it as our work, which some historians say means nothing, but others maintain means she contributed far more than we know. Margaret Keene's husband, Walter, passed her now famous creations off as his own by intimidating and threatening her into silence, and continuing to profit off her work for years before the truth came out. His wife, Katherine Johnson, was vital to the calculations of NASA's space exploration missions, but it took many years before she was fully credited for them, with most of them being attributed to the men she worked under for a long time. This includes other women, and especially women of color, working in NASA at the time. Monopoly was originally called the landlord's game, and it was invented by a left-wing anti-capitalist called Elizabeth McGee, whose original creation had 2 sets of rules. An anti-monopolist set, in which all were rewarded when wealth was created, and a monopolist set, which more closely resembles the one we have today. They were designed to be played as a set in order to outline the inequity of capitalism. A woman after my own heart. It is a practical demonstration of the present systems of land grabbing with all its usual outcomes and consequences. It might as well have been called the game of life, as it contains all the elements of success and failure in the real world. And the object is the same as the human race in general seems to have, i.e. the accumulation of wealth. Let the children once see clearly the gross injustice of our present land system, and when they grow up, if they are allowed to develop naturally, the evil will soon be remedied. Ambitious and optimistic, but I like it. She had intended it as a tool to demonstrate wealth inequality, and to get people more invested in it, and had actually allowed it to fall into the public domain in order to spread the political message. But the Monopoly version was the one that caught on, and was spread across America from person to person and household to household, until Charles Darrow happened upon it, and decided to sell it to Parker Brothers as an original invention. The company paid Lizzie $500 for her original patent. When she realized afterwards that they'd bastardized her creation in order to promote the idea of monopolies, she was furious. But the company had more power than her. She died, having received no royalties, nor recognition, for what is now one of the most popular board games on Earth, the version of which that exists flies directly in the face of everything she stood for. Ada Lovelace basically invented the first computer code, and Hedy Lamarr teed up the invention of Wi-Fi. If you've benefited from coffee filters, medical syringes, photo enhancement, caller ID, foot pedal trash cans, tissue holders, windshield wipers, home security systems, word processors, central heating, signal flares, computerized airline booking, science fiction, ultrafast lasers, the circular saw, dishwashers, electric water heaters, electric fridges, feeding tubes, fire escapes, laser cataract surgery, chemotherapy, or life rafts, you've benefited from the inventions of women. And despite our historical contributions, the fact that we've never started wars, the statistical upswing when we're in power, and the invisible labour that holds together a great deal of the fabric of society, the most invisible labour that we as women have to do is for our own safety.
All day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, nymph, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, live to attend him so that he never lifts a finger, 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her, you make me do too much labor.
Men talk a big game about being our protectors. From whom, men? From whomst? But women are taking on a huge volume of the actual work of protection, which goes largely unsung because it's mostly, say it with me folks, invisible labour. And contrary to the popular stranger danger adage, home is the most dangerous place for women. Among men we trust. Some of you might have seen the show Worst Ex Ever on Netflix. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. It's a docuseries that runs for 4 episodes, with each episode covering a different situation involving a dangerous relationship. In 3 out of 4 of those episodes, the abusive partner is a man, which statistically is slightly generous to the actual gender disparity, which shows roughly 78% of reported violence is perpetrated by men. First case centered around the violent beating that almost led to the death of Justine Siemens, perpetrated by her boyfriend, Benjamin Foster. He had been holding her captive in her home for 3 days in the lead up to the final altercation, in which she was saved by calling her friend for help, who not only showed up herself, but also called the authorities. In the course of the manhunt, it was revealed that he actually had previous convictions for battery and domestic violence, from an incident in Las Vegas in 2019 where he held his then-girlfriend captive for 2 weeks and brutally beat her until she escaped while at a gas station. He received up to 30 months in jail for those crimes due to a plea deal that reduced his charges from multiple felonies to just 1, which also settled a previous domestic violence case from 2018. Despite the judge's sentence of 30 months, he was released on the same day he was transferred to a state prison in October of 2021, because they deemed his almost 2 years of jail in the lead up to the trial as time served. He then moved to Oregon, where he met Justine. In December of 2022, she found out about his previous convictions and tried to end things, as well as reporting him to his boss, who fired him. He then stalked and harassed Justine until the incident I previously described, which caused her to end up in a coma, and to this day has left her with brain damage and chronic injuries. The second episode follows Simona Sumasar, who after she tried to file charges against him for rape, was jailed for 7 months by false testimonies incited by her ex-boyfriend, a man who pretended to be an NYPD officer in order to frame her for a string of robberies that never actually happened. He managed to get her arrested just days before his rape trial, which for some reason did not incite suspicion among the actual police involved. He bullied and blackmailed the so-called victims and witnesses to come forward until Simona lost her home, her business, and her daughter. And she was not the first person whose life he had ruined. The 4th and final episode tells the story of Kevin Lewis and his campaign of violence and stalking against his wife, Amanda Canales. While their relationship started well, as they always do, after their 3 children were born, Kevin took a turn. His emotional abuse, mood swings, and controlling behavior escalated until the night he hit her, at which point she took her kids and moved out. He threatened her life if she didn't get back together with him or give him custody of the kids, and while she filed a restraining order, this did very little to stop his escalating behavior. Shortly afterwards, he severely beat her in her own driveway, but because she didn't see him directly due to the beatings, the police couldn't arrest him for the crime despite the circumstantial evidence surrounding the attack, largely being that nobody else would have done that to her, and she had a known stalker, but alright. Eventually, when he realized he wasn't going to get his way, he colluded with his cousins to kill her. Devastatingly, her sister ended up dying in her place, as Amanda was on a business trip the night his cousin showed up with a gun. Despite all the evidence pointing towards Kevin, he wasn't convicted until his cousin was placed at the scene and admitted to being paid to kill her. It took 4 years between the murder and his cousin's conviction for Kevin's link to the crime to put him in jail, during which time he'd also received a 3-year sentence for assaulting Amanda again.
You're kind of looking for this big relief, but it was a 3-year sentence. Eventually, he'd be back. I lost a lot of faith that my sister's murder was going to be solved.
As I've said, I'm a prison abolitionist, but there are certain people who will continue to reoffend and are dangerous to the general population if allowed to exist without restrictions. My problem with the prison industrial complex is specifically a problem with modernized slavery and unjust convictions, and especially with the system's complete failure to reform or incentivize prisoners not to reoffend. Putting violent men in a hot pot with hundreds or thousands of other violent men isn't going to solve the problem. It's only going to more deeply ingrain the culture of violence and misogyny into those men. The solution isn't to just keep sending people to prison, it's to restructure the entire system, which isn't going to happen overnight. I'm not naive, I know that. So until we have created a better system, for safety's sake, I am in support of sending certain offenders to prison, specifically violent offenders who are recidivism risks. However, I'd rather we separated those men from the general prison population in order to avoid perpetuating their violent rhetoric in men who otherwise would not have been exposed to it. I don't want rapists in with the petty thieves, is what I'm saying. Governments, feel free to hire me for all your prison restructuring needs. And, in case you think I'm leaving the other case out, the third episode is about Eric Hill's relationship with his wife Rosa, who from very early on in their relationship would behave controllingly and isolate Eric from his family. But at the time, he'd been so besotted he hadn't seen the red flags. It was only on their honeymoon that he began to have doubts, when they got into a serious argument and she threw a punch at him. Despite being the sole worker between the two of them, Rosa managed to gain control of all of their assets, and ended up kicking him out herself, refusing to let him see his daughter or enter their previously shared home. However, once he filed for sole custody of their daughter, she began to fabricate lies about him in order to stop him, claiming he was inappropriate with their daughter, that he was abusive, and even going so far as to report him to his own job as dangerous, which got him suspended from work. When none of that worked, and she lost custody of their daughter, ironically because of her false allegations, she and her mother concocted a plan to murder his grandmother, whose home he'd been staying in, and kidnap the child while framing him for the murder. They attacked him together and planned to get him to write a confession under duress, at which point they would kill him and stage it as a suicide. Instead, they were caught almost in the act and left behind so much evidence of their plan that the police had no choice but to arrest them. However, before the discovery of the evidence, Eric was continually treated as a potential offender due to his stature and gender as compared to the two women. From his position handcuffed in the back of the police car, he managed to get their attention to look for his grandmother, at which time they found her body upside down in a garbage can in a shed in the backyard. Rosa and May's crimes were equally as evil as the other men in the documentary, and I would never suggest that they aren't. Women are capable of committing horrible crimes, including domestic abuse and murder. Where the gender discrimination of it all comes in is that she was banking on them suspecting her ex-husband, and not her due to her status as a woman. She aimed to pretend to be frail and scared, and had stalked Eric enough to know his routine to time her actions correctly. Perhaps the only reason she and her mother didn't get away with the crimes was due to the fact that they killed Selma, and her boyfriend Lester had sent people over to check on her, who were able to report the incident with Eric as it was happening. The idea that men are incapable of being domestically abused by women is a dangerous one, and one that almost ruined Eric Hill's life. But this idea is almost exclusively perpetuated by the patriarchy, and in particular, manosphere twats like Andrew Tate. And spreading this idea is not only incorrect, but it's also harmful to men as a whole, because the stigma of coming forward for women is horrendous. But it's even harder for men, who'll be mocked and derided for being able to be abused by a woman. In all 4 cases laid out in Worst Ex Ever, time and time again, the system is set up to weaponize incompetence. Men who are known to be violent and dangerous and capable of horrific actions were consistently enabled to get away with them, or skirt responsibility until they were basically caught in the act, often leaving a trail of battered women or even other men in their wake. I've brought up in a previous section the case of a man who had a known reputation of attacking women and girls and filming it, but who was somehow still not arrested, and was allowed to continue that pattern until one of his victims finally shot him. What is the justice system good for if a victim has to find their own justice just to make it end and then gets punished for that justice? The system consistently fails abuse victims of all genders, and it consistently favors violent men. As Jess Hill discovered in her 2019 investigation into domestic violence disputes, despite the idea that men are discriminated against in divorce and custody battles, evidence frequently shows the opposite. I knew that this system was actually biased against fathers, not mothers. I believed then, like 43% of Australians, that vindictive mothers routinely lobbed abuse allegations at their ex-husbands to stop them seeing their children. But then I started reading their court documents and the research. She discusses numerous reports over the years that show the system to benefit fathers and routinely label mothers who came forward with domestic abuse allegations as hostile, and discusses how these attitudes to custody battles can be severely damaging to children and pose a real and present threat to their safety. For example, she cites a 2010 case in Tasmania where a father who was already on the sex offenders registry for possessing indecent images of children was in a custody battle for his 8 and 10-year-old daughters. His ex-wife had requested only supervised daytime contact, and his children had both expressed their discomfort with staying alone with their father, but refused to elaborate as he was not only still their father, who they loved, but they also feared him finding out what they'd said and the possible consequences of that. In his judgment, Justice Robert Benjamin of the Hobart Family Court accepted that the father had demonstrated inappropriate affection towards his daughter. He also believed the mother's allegations, and he accepted that the mother delayed reporting it for years because she was afraid of the father. The justice also found the father had been intimidating during the marriage and manipulative and disingenuous in his evidence. Despite all this, the justice ordered that the daughters spend alternate weekends and half the school holidays with their father. Overnight stays were to be supervised by an adult friend of the father to address the elder daughter's nervousness, and the daughters should share a room for mutual support. So not only are we making women take on the labor of dealing with that dangerous man, but we're making little girls do it. Those little girls have to protect each other. Yeah, awesome. This is only one of hundreds of cases that rely on the system minimizing domestic violence, or passing it off as mutual and labeling any person who tried to discuss the violence as the hostile one, while conceding ground to the abusive party. Of course, there are innocent men out there who have been denied access to their kids, and I'm not disputing that to those men, it feels as if the system is against them. Something happened to my stepfather that was very similar, but the statistics show that despite these outliers and public opinion, the system is not biased against all men, but in many cases actually favors them even when there are accusations of abuse. I can personally attest to that as somebody who grew up in an emotionally and physically abusive household. My mum tried repeatedly to remove or at least minimize our exposure to our father, and during the initial mediation of their divorce, she was assured that me and my sister would be spoken to and assessed independently by a psychologist. But once the mediator had spoken to my father, he decided this was unnecessary. Mediator was a man, just in case you were wondering. My sister and I were never interviewed, and he was granted custody of us on Thursdays through Saturdays of every week. Not only did mediation grant him 40% custody, after a few years, they actually upped the time to almost exactly 50%. Despite being abused by him at the time, when he asked if I wished I could stay with him more, I said yes. Partially out of fear of his reaction if I said no, and partly because he was my father, and I loved him, and I didn't want to disappoint him. I was 9. So he gained more custody. Saturday nights through Wednesday mornings with my mum, Wednesday afternoons through to Saturday evenings with my dad. My father is a charismatic and skilled manipulator, not just of his young children at the time, but also of the adults around us, and the system itself. Mine and my mother's fears were labelled as overreactions and custody tactics, respectively, and he continued in his patterns of abuse until I finally cut him off at 18 years old, once I'd moved to the other side of the world and had what I perceived as a better reason to justify it to myself, despite my entire childhood being a perfectly valid justification. It took seeing him behave just as badly to another person for me to finally cut him off. In all that time, the system did nothing to help me. And from my perspective, it never felt safe to come forward with anything due to how easily he managed to sidestep responsibility. Consistently. My teacher called the police once when I was in 5th grade after I'd come into school in floods of tears because my father hit me. Not an uncommon occurrence, but this time he'd lifted me up by the ribs and thrown me across a room. My mum picked me and my sister up from school and took us home for the day, tried to distract us with a nice dinner and a trip to the park, and he threatened to have her arrested for kidnapping, because those were his custody days, as per the legal agreement. How dare she take us away? Within a week, I was back at his house, per the custody agreement, and because by that point he'd managed to manipulate me into thinking it didn't matter, he was sorry and it would never happen again, so how could I possibly leave him? Almost a year later, 2 police officers turned up to my mother's house to ask about a domestic dispute, by which point I had long since forgiven him and told them that I was okay and that it didn't matter. The system didn't help us, it helped him. He was able to avoid any accountability for so long that to this day he thinks he did nothing wrong. And there are people who know his history and still defend his actions and try to convince me and my sister to re-establish contact. I remember having a conversation with him once where we were the only 2 people in a room, only 2 people who knew for sure what had happened that day, aside from maybe my sister who had witnessed it. And he still made some comment about, oh, this is just like that time that I supposedly hit you. And it's not just the fact that he didn't give that any credence. It's also the fact that he felt comfortable enough with that lie that he was willing to say it to me, the person it happened to. I've been in therapy for more than half my life, and I still don't feel like a normal person. I still have triggers, I still walk on eggshells around people despite knowing they're safe just in case I'm wrong and they turn on me in a moment. I still flinch if a man steps too close and I'm not expecting it. This isn't because I hate all men, or even because I think all of you are capable of acts of violence. It is because I was raised in an unsafe environment, and therefore I am on hyper alert at all times. Not all men, but any man. Even men who seem charming or safe at first, because it could be a facade, which I know better than anybody. Not all men, not even most men, but statistically, men. Women are obsessed with true crime. A stereotype, but one that holds truth for a reason. Holding space with that. As Princess Weeks has pointed out, it serves as almost a kind of safety theater.
This case has highlighted my biggest issue and anxiety concerning the spike in true crime content that we've been seeing and who is making it. Overwhelmingly, the people making this stuff are white, privileged women, and because so much of true crime is about discussing harm against other white women and girls, just by statistically speaking, that is not accurate to who is the most at risk of being harmed. And it has elevated this concept of trusting your gut and not a lot of discussion of critical fucking thinking.
Some women fall into the trap of sensationalizing it, particularly those who run the kinds of podcasts or YouTube channels where sensationalizing it gets them more money. Like, for example, doing Get Ready With Me's while discussing the actions of a serial killer, or doing mukbangs while describing the gruesome murder of children. I'm looking directly at you, Stephanie Sue.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Stephanie, and today we are back with another mukbang.
Just because I was on your side about Nikocado Avocado being an exploitative dick doesn't mean you get away with being exploitative. Anyway, aside from morbid curiosity, a big part of the reason why women gravitate towards true crime is because we're the most likely demographic to be victim to it. This goes double for women of color, trans women, and sex workers. Knowing in advance how other women fell victim to crimes can help women feel better about their own safety and preparations. Hence, security theater, because while it can be comforting, it isn't always as practically helpful as we'd like it to be. You can have seen every serial killer documentary on the internet, and if you get cornered somewhere, you're still unlikely to escape unscathed. Women spend a great deal of time discussing among themselves differing safety tactics or dangerous situations in order to feel prepared in case it happens to them. There's an entire market on TikTok for self-defense mystery boxes, largely marketed to women, where they film themselves color-coordinating keychain versions of self-defense devices such as pepper spray, knuckle dusters, alarms, disguised switchblades, etc. for people to buy. Do not buy these! They are usually AliExpress devices that are not tested and will not be effective in emergency situations. And most of the channels selling them are doing it to make a quick buck, and not because they're actually invested in women's safety. They're doing it because there's a market for it. Women's hypervigilance is one of the most unspoken yet prevalent parts of society across race and nationality and culture. And it takes a toll. Avoiding walking home alone, learning self-defense, or being hyper-aware of your surroundings, all of that is exhausting. I talked about it previously in my video about how to spot abuse. But it goes further than that because it starts to affect our quality of life in other ways too. Paying to get Ubers instead of walking costs money. Refusing to go certain places due to safety concerns inhibits our social lives and freedom of expression. As previously mentioned, stress physically affects us more than men. Of course, it's no battle of the Somme, but it is a constant battle. It's a battle to even convince some men that this level of anxiety is necessary. I remember getting into an argument with my straight male first-year uni flatmates because they were trying to convince one of the girls to come clubbing with them and didn't understand why she wouldn't go. I wasn't going out because I didn't, and our other female flatmate was away for the weekend. So this girl, let's call her Honey, didn't feel comfortable going out. They were badgering her about it until she admitted she wouldn't go out without other girls. And one of them got upset and said, "Oh, you saying we do something to you? That's out of order, honey." She said that wasn't the point, but they refused to see her side. Which is when I had to step in and say that regardless of whether they were safe, men to her, they still wouldn't have the training and awareness necessary to take care of her on a night out. They tried to laugh me off. One of them even continued to get offended at the idea that he couldn't protect Honey in a bad situation. I asked him how he'd know she was in a bad situation. He said she'd tell him. I laughed in his face. Aside from the fact that these are the exact type of men who would minimize her discomfort and tell her she was overreacting, the very same boys who, weeks earlier, had taped a handmade poster outside her window after she brought a guy home for the first time that said, "Lost, Honey's V-card. If found, please return to name of guy," and then didn't understand why that was degrading and embarrassing for her. What they failed to realize is that girls don't need to tell each other things. Girls, no. We have the Jedi training. A look, a hand on an arm as you go past to get your attention, a well-timed lie to a stranger about recognizing them, and the training to know that they should play along, because that means that she doesn't know how to safely extract herself from this situation. On a night out, we can enjoy ourselves, but we always have to have one eye on each other. If one of us goes to the bar and doesn't come back for too long, we regroup and go find them. If one of us has been dancing with somebody and she looks too drunk or starts to look uncomfortable, we know to step in. Unless you've joined the order and started the training, you won't even know what to look for, let alone how to interfere without escalating things. And you think you're the ones doing the protecting? Pull the other one. We're putting in so many man hours. Lol. That women who don't know each other will warn strangers about guys with reputations in the club, in the street, and in the workplace. Whisper networks, as Carrie Ann Johnson points out in her article on them, are informal channels that women use to warn others about sexual harassment, abuse, or assault, which take root because formal reporting systems can re-traumatize people who have been harmed. These networks form when women are determined to protect each other once they learn of misconduct, because their experience has shown them that formally reporting incidents is slow and generally doesn't work. The wonderful creator Hoots did a video on Whisper networks and their benefits and pitfalls, and it's a fascinating deep dive. I've linked it below. But as she points out,
people engaging in a Whisper network also tend to contain the spread of information by limiting their warnings only to people they view as potential targets for abuse. This tight control of access often translates to women of color and older women being left out of Whisper networks, in part because of our socially ingrained biases that lead us to view young white women as more vulnerable. It also translates to leaving men and more masculine presenting women and non-binary people out of networks, as these groups are seen as less vulnerable than more feminine presenting people.
There's an exclusivity to them that can cause just as much harm as good. While they are, in theory, meant to save women from the men that the system cannot or has not yet regulated, if you are not indoctrinated into the network, or somehow miss the cues to enter it, you will be denied access to information that could have helped you. And once again, it means that all of the work to protect women from dangerous men is on the backs of other women. Rumors about Harvey Weinstein and other dangerous producers were a product of Whisper networks, as were the allegations against men like Russell Brand and Roger Ailes. The Shitty Media Men list, famously published in 2017 in the wake of the Me Too movement, was created through cooperation with various Whisper networks across the industry, and it aimed to make those allegations more public without those individual women having to out themselves and face undue repercussions. Whisper networks exist because in order for a woman to come forward about a man's actions, there is a pressure, or actually an expectation, for those women to bear their sexual assaults, pasts, and lives, and be slut-shamed, either in the court of public opinion or in literal court. If you want more information on that, see the section I did on double standards. Women have to be hypervigilant every time we step outside. But men, even good men, unless told about this constant wariness, can walk through the world completely unaware, as demonstrated by Saoirse Ronan on The Graham Norton Show.
If someone attacks me, I'm not going to go phone.
I agree. That's what girls have to think about all the time.
Yeah.
Am I right, ladies?
As she said herself in a follow-up interview with The Independent after that clip went viral, it's a conversation she's quite used to having with male family and friends, but she felt that interjecting on The Graham Norton Show opened the door for those discussions to be had in a public forum.
There was a moment like that happened on a show like Graham Norton, which is something that the entire nation tunes in to watch, and even overseas it's something that people tune into. It seems to have had an accessibility which seems to have really gained traction, which I think is amazing. You know, it's opening a conversation, and again, hopefully it's allowing more and more women to just be like, well, yeah, actually, let's talk about our experience.
Daniel Sloss, in his special X, talked about the serious self-reflection he did after a male friend of his raped his female friend.
Because if I'm being 100% honest with myself, were there signs in my friend's behaviour over the years towards women that I ignored? The answer is yes. And then he raped my friend, and that's on me until the day I die.
He directs men to talk to each other, to talk to the women in their lives, and to be aware that if women aren't coming to you with this, It's not because it's not happening, it's because they don't feel comfortable talking to you.
I believe, and deep down I know that most men are good. Of course we are. But when 1 in 10 men are shit and the other 9 do nothing, they might as well not fucking be there. Talk to your fucking boys. Get involved. Because I'm going to be honest with you, lads. Women are trying their hardest to not get raped. Like every day, they try to not get raped. I think it's their priority. Mine's is Wi-Fi.
The ignorance around women's safety, and in particular sexual violence against us, is something that I find particularly egregious. The fact that people will still make arguments about clothing in 2024, despite consistent evidence that clothes have nothing to do with whether or not women will be assaulted, is deeply disturbing. Women are assaulted in Muslim countries where they wear head-to-toe burqas. It is not a clothing issue. It is a power issue. Men feel comfortable enough to post a video taken of complete strangers on a night out who happen to be wearing revealing clothing, and then use that to justify degrading and dehumanizing those women, failing to realize in their stupidity and misogyny that even when dressed like that, women are rarely doing it for the approval of men, but often for their own enjoyment, or even for their female friends. Source: me and every woman I know. You think I put on this little crop top number without a bra? For men? No, girl, I do this for me. The man that recorded those videos was arrested, by the way. And the man who used them in his tweet has an MBE for charity, but also hates black and queer people. And apparently, women exercising their human right to dress how they like. The fact that his post is still up, despite those videos being obtained illegally, is disgusting. And I personally think he should also be investigated for spreading unlawful footage of unwilling participants. But I digress. The What Were You Wearing exhibition was created by Jen Brockman and Dr. May Wyan-Tybert in 2013, who were inspired by Dr. Mary Simmerling's poem, What I Was Wearing, to showcase the innocuous clothes people had been wearing at the time of their abuse. They asked for submissions from survivors and then replicated the clothing through donations from thrift stores. It was first held at the University of Arkansas in 2014, but has since had numerous iterations held across the world, all the way up to today. The audacity that any man has to comment on a woman's outfit or body is depressing and far too normalized, but especially those who comment on women's outfits while shirtless.
So I just got back from the shop and I am not wearing a bra. Then there is a guy with his top off who felt the need to comment. With his top off. I can see a whole areola, babe.
We all remember how funny it was to see Barbie respond to catcallers in such a frank way.
And there's no undertone of violence.
Mine very much has an undertone of violence. I do not have a vagina.
But the fact that this scene even exists is proof of the problem and how ingrained it is into culture. Margot Robbie is also one of the women in the last few years who's been labelled as unattractive or mid by men in an attempt to undermine her success. This happens every time an outrageously attractive woman receives any modicum of success. She must be immediately proven to not be the drop-dead gorgeous woman that we can all see with our eyes, otherwise men feel inadequate. Literally while writing this video, the new victim of this trend emerged. Sydney Sweeney. Men, I'm asking this completely seriously. Deadass, do you even like women? I am so serious. It's okay to be gay. It's okay to admit you've never seen a woman naked or without makeup on. It doesn't make you less of a man, at least not to anybody that matters. But I promise you, you'll never get to see a woman naked if you keep claiming that attractive women looking different, but no less attractive, without red carpet makeup and attire on, is the cause of misogyny. No, King, you being upset that there's a difference despite the demand for perfection from women is misogyny. This includes men who post photos of women with natural beauty who also clearly have makeup on. Your ignorance is cute, but the misogyny that comes with it is not.
And this guy comes up to me and he's like, I just wanted to say that you are so elegant. You are such a natural beauty. My jawline cost $10,000. My lips are clearly fucking done. My hair is $2,000. My lashes are $200 every 2 weeks. I don't understand. This is how much I can raise my eyebrows. I have enough makeup on to season a fucking wok. And men are just like, you are just... They don't make them like you these days. Yes, they do.
A lot of the phenomenon around this and around the power and control in sexual fantasies and violent fantasies has nothing to do with women and everything to do with power and everything to do with wanting to please other men, wanting to live up to other men. That's why so many of these men seem like they don't even like women. They'll take any opportunity to deride women's appearances or voice or body or whatever else. They're not doing that for themselves. They're doing it for the approval of other men. That's all they care about. They just want the approval of other men. If you spend all of your time thinking more about how other men will judge your preferences and the people you're attracted to than you do just actually deciding and finding out what you're attracted to, I don't know what to tell you, man. You might be a lost cause. Sydney Sweeney is not even my type, you know? Like, I think all women are hot. Do not get me wrong. She's not what I would call my type. But I have eyes. I have astigmatism. But I can still see her with those eyes. You know what I'm saying? We're expected to be womanly and then punished for it. Because if we're too feminine, that's equally as bad as being too masculine. The fetishization of women's bodies is so rampant and normalized that every few months we ignite a new discourse related to our autonomy, whether that be the sexualization of breastfeeding, the policing of revealing workout outfits, while the same men commenting on us wear shorts that basically leave nothing to the imagination, or the frequent refrain that Yasmin Benoit can't possibly be asexual because she wears revealing outfits. Boobs aren't inherently sexual. And if you want to argue with me about that, go do it under this video and leave some room in my comments under this one for the rest of the manosphere boy complaints. In fact, it's so destigmatized that one Twitter user felt comfortable to use this template, let's extremely loosely refer to this as a meme format, which had previously been used for fictional characters, still gross, to be clear, but this is worse, and then post this image to the internet. Yes, that is in fact an image of famous women and what the OP imagines their pubic hair looks like. I know I don't need to say this, but do not do this. Seriously, what the actual fuck is wrong with some of you? This isn't even getting into the catch-22 of women existing to be sexualized versus the moment she tries to capitalize on that sexuality when the world turns against them, because think of the children! You've all seen that this year with Sabrina Carpenter. But it's been a thing since the birth of celebrity, from Marilyn Monroe being dismissed due to the existence of her nude photos, all the way to the overblown reaction to Miley Cyrus twerking. When women take control of their own sexuality, it's always somehow a gateway to worse things. Or promoting the sexualization of children because, don't you know, Miley was a child once. Or, there are children in her audience. First of all, we were all children once. As long as she's not sexualizing her childhood, she's fine. And also, I promise you that the female celebrities don't have to do that. Men have been doing that for them just fine. Secondly, if there are parents who bought tickets to shows or movies without checking the content first, that's a parenting issue, not the responsibility of an artist. Just because Sabrina was on the Disney Channel as a teenager doesn't mean that she has to cater to teens now. In fact, almost all her music is extremely clear in its message of female sexual empowerment. Doing a bit where she mimics a sex act on stage is not setting feminism back, nor is it the woke left going too far. It is simply a fun bit, and you'll need to calm down. No clothing is asking for it, and being angry at women's sexual liberation and justifying it with concern for their safety, or the safety of children who might be watching, makes you a part of the problem, not the solution. The same goes for those well-meaning adults who tell us as teenagers that it's normal for sex to hurt the first time. It's possible, but it's not normal. First of all, there is no normal when it comes to sex. It's different for everybody, so jot that down. The first time can be uncomfortable, you might bleed or become anxious, but if your partner's being careful and you are communicating, it should not hurt. And if it does, they should be stopping, checking in with you. Everybody's first time is different, and virginity is a construct, but you should always make sure to communicate with the person you're with and trust them enough to stop when asked. That one's very important, especially if you start feeling pain. While some of the people repeating the misconception are well-meaning, it only serves to create an unhealthy relationship between women and sex before they've even had it. It's something to be anxious about, even afraid of, and that's on top of the atmosphere around virginity being something you both have to lose in order to be an adult, yet have to protect in order to remain pure. Once again, it's a social construct, not a medical one. And, you might have noticed a pattern, this also makes it harder for you men. The constant internal labor associated with placing value on women's sexual escapades is only going to make it harder for you to have a fulfilling relationship, because you're spending all your energy on pointless bullshit and not enough time trying to get to know women as people. The amount of cope online from men who have never had a fulfilling conversation with a woman in their lives, trying to claim that the world is just discriminating against them, are wrong. And unfortunately, there are public figures out there who are agreeing with them, not because it's true, but because they know that the more lonely and desperate these men become, the easier it will be to manipulate them. Boys, I mean this with all the empathy in the world. You not being able to date is a you problem, not a woman problem. As this person points out, sometimes it's a case of putting down the dating apps and putting yourself out there. Sometimes it's about doing work on yourself before you inflict yourself on other people. Some men don't know how to hit on women without being disgusting. And they'll get angry about being rejected or berated for that behaviour as some kind of woke response, when actually they just need to learn some decency. Some men get rejected one too many times in their teen years and have internalized that into a self-hatred so strong that if they don't turn it outwards onto women, it'll kill them. But that hatred turned outward will only further their descent into misery. Some men would rather say, I'm autistic so I'll die alone, than find out how to date autistically, because that involves work. Do you know how many autistic women I know in relationships? It's a lot, King. Skill issue. Autism as an excuse for bad behaviour is also something that seemingly only works in men's favour and not women's. When MasterChef presenter Greg Wallace was exposed for a pattern of inappropriate behaviour over a period of years, he blamed it on undiagnosed autism. Women wouldn't get away with that behaviour in the first place, let alone be able to excuse it after the fact with the whole, oh, whoa, I didn't know any better shtick. Sorry, Greg, not good enough. And also ableist of you. To ensure that the public image of autistic men is of those who don't understand how consent works and are unable to emotionally regulate. As Blind Ambition, an international disability inclusion consultancy, stated in response,
attributing inappropriate sexual behavior to autism is both misleading and potentially harmful. Autism spectrum disorder is characterized by differences in social communication and behavior, but it does not inherently lead to continuous sexually inappropriate actions, especially when this behavior has been pointed out. Indeed, many people with autism will be especially cautious if they suspect or have been told that they make inappropriate comments, often saying nothing at all or avoiding certain discussion areas. Such generalizations perpetuate damaging stereotypes about autistic individuals, wrongly suggesting that they are predisposed to misconduct.
While there is a disproportionate number of neurodivergent men in manosphere and incel communities, as touched on by FD Signifier in his essay on the topic and First is Tragedy's response, that is not an excuse.
Autism or any other form of behavioral disorder is not an excuse for toxic or harmful behavior. It might help better understand it and better figure out ways to address it, but no one should get a pass on the type of harm that people in the manosphere participate in just because there's a high propensity for certain marginalized neurotypes to follow this ideology. Tons of people are autistic and don't become misogynist. In fact, the vast majority of autistic people do not lean into misogyny as an identity.
There is also recent evidence that 9 out of 10 autistic women have experienced sexual violence. For men to be able to hide behind their diagnosis as an excuse for a decades-long pattern of vile behavior or their descent into inceldom, while women with that same diagnosis are twice or 3 times as likely to be victimized than even neurotypical women, who are already more likely to be victimized than men, and are less likely to exhibit the same inappropriate behavior, that tells us only one thing. It's not an autism issue. It's a societal one. The imbalance, even just in Greg feeling justified to use it as an excuse, makes that clear enough. It also feeds into a narrative around how people, particularly women, are perceived as sexual beings. Men are given license to behave however they like. See the entirety of Trump's presidency. Every man that ever got away with decades worth of behavior. And the concept of locker room talk. While women, men's sex, but become a chewed up piece of gum or a crushed flower or whatever stupid abstinence metaphor they use nowadays if they sleep with more than one man. Even if they believed that man was going to be their forever person and then it turned out to not be the case. Also, us becoming less valuable once we've had sex is actually just a way for men to justify raping us. Did that make you uncomfortable? It should. Reducing women to their sexual activity is one part of the dehumanization process. If you see us as objects to facilitate getting off, you're less likely to feel bad for persisting even when we're saying no or trying to stop you. Because we're not whole beings with thoughts and feelings and autonomy. We're just a vessel for your pleasure. This attitude is so prevalent and subtly normalized in society that there is a historical culture of letting it happen so it'll be over faster, or to avoid facing violent repercussions. Lie back and think of England was a phrase colloquially thrown around throughout the 20th century, which is rumoured to originate from the Journal of Lady Hillingdon in 1905. It means, in essence, that wives must engage in bedroom behaviour with their husbands as is their duty, and that it is something to be endured rather than participated in. Sex was not sold to women as fun, or even really available to them outside of marriage where it was an obligation, until midway through the 20th century, during the sexual revolution in the 60s. Before that, women's hysteria, otherwise known as women who won't do what they're told, was treated as an affliction rather than a natural result of the oppression they lived under. As Julie Peters states in her book, Want, 8 Steps to Recovering Desire, Passion and Pleasure After Sexual Assault, the subjugation of women's desire and sexual freedom has always been used as a tool of oppression. The patriarchal fear of female pleasure was perhaps most salient during the centuries of witch hunting, when mostly women were tortured, often sexually, and killed in brutal ways. The first trials started in the 14th century and hit a fever pitch in the 16th and 17th centuries. In the last decade of the 19th century, Freud and his contemporaries were greatly interested in hysteria, which was, basically, a catch-all term for women's psychological problems vaguely associated with the uterus, hysteria in Greek. In a rare Freud dub, he actually sat down and interviewed women about their feelings and discovered through his research that most of the women labelled as suffering from hysteria had suffered from childhood sexual abuse or were otherwise being abused in the present. He wrote a paper detailing his findings, but society at the time was not willing to reckon with the idea of such violence being an endemic issue, and they rejected his conclusions, which led him to recant them, in order to continue with his practice and future resources. I'd like to say common Freud L here, but unfortunately I actually understand why he did that on this occasion. He probably had very little choice if he wanted access to future resources for further study, and the fact that he published his findings in the first place continues to be a positive, despite the later retraction, because it meant there was at least one public voice advocating for women in a time where they were consistently being dismissed. Hell, even the vibrator, something recognized in today's culture as a symbol more of liberation than oppression, was originally used to treat hysteria. Rainey Horowitz on The History of Advice states, according to historian Rachel Maines, physicians provided pelvic massages for thousands of years to female patients without it being considered erotic or sexually stimulating. After the Western Industrial Revolution, physicians began using electric machines in medicine, including the medical vibrator, which researchers theorize was used to more efficiently bring women to a hysterical paroxysm. Until the 1920s, physicians used vibrating massages as medical devices for treating hysteria at a time when doctors diagnosed women with hysteria as a sweeping diagnosis. Yes, you heard that right. Not only were they using vibrators to treat female mental health from the late 1800s to the early 1900s, but doctors had also historically provided so-called pelvic massages to women for thousands of years. For some reason, these male doctors discovered that women felt better after orgasming. Shocking news. Truly. Earth-shattering. Tell me you've never pleasured a woman without telling me, 19th century doctors. But actually, this little piece of history gets worse! Buckle in, girls! In fact, the device was originally invented by Joseph Granville, a British physician in the 1880s. Granville thought that vibration powered the human nervous system, and he developed the percuteur as a medical device for stimulating ailing nerves. Current medical opinion held that hysteria was a nervous disease, yet Granville refused to treat female patients, simply because I do not want to be hoodwinked by the vagaries of the hysterical state. The vibrator began as a therapy for men only. So let me get this straight. This device, which was later used as a way of dismissing women's actual mental health and emotional concerns by attributing it to their nerves, was invented by a man who acknowledged that his device was created to stimulate nerves, but refused to treat women because he didn't trust women's own recountings of their experiences and needs. You literally cannot make this up. What the fuck? Every time I think I can't get more depressed while making this video, a new man from history raises his hand and lowers the bar. This attitude around women's sexuality affects us all, but it can be particularly dangerous for sapphic, as in lesbian, bi, pan, etc., and asexual women. As Angela Chen discusses in Ace, my ideas about the humiliation, repression, and the meaning of liberated sexuality did not come from nowhere. For so long, women have been encouraged to deny our sexual needs and instead serve the needs of men. Our worth is tied to sex. We are sexualized until we are too old, yet shamed and policed for being sexual ourselves, prevented from exploring what we desire or are allowed to desire. And this is doubly true if the women in question aren't straight. You'll note she doesn't mention that there's ever a threshold that's too young to be sexualized. Weird that. While women's sexual freedom has become a symbol of our liberation, asexuality, or even as Angela points out, vanilla sexuality, becomes a sign that someone is allied with backward, conservative political beliefs. Love isn't owed, and neither is sex, but for some reason that idea is seen as politically transgressive in the age of sexual enlightenment, in the same way that women who want to be stay-at-home mums are derided as backwards, even ones who don't buy into trad-wife ideology, because we fought for your rights to not be repressed, so why would you reject that freedom? What a lot of people fail to realise is that for some women, choosing to be a stay-at-home mother is exercising that freedom, because she's doing it in a world that is better set up to protect her if that goes wrong, as opposed to not even 50 years ago when divorce or government assistance was considered rare and massively stigmatized, if it happened at all. We fought for women's rights to make their own life decisions without fearing negative repercussions, which includes those women. This is a problem even in the queer community, within which there are factions of people who don't understand why we are included. While it's easy to dismiss straight women's unrestrained sexual behavior as compet as a way of diminishing her autonomy or looking down on her, it's much harder to do the same to sapphics, who sleep with predominantly women, or ace people. Asexual people should be allowed to exist within the context of liberated sexuality without having to constantly justify it to everybody. I don't have to sleep around to prove that I'm a feminist. I also don't have to abstain from sleeping around to prove I'm a feminist. I can support my fellow women in their slutty actions, respect ladies, while using my own autonomy to avoid sexual contact with everybody. Not for weird radical feminism uses, but just for me and my needs. For my Maslow's hierarchy pyramid. But unfortunately, that doesn't mean I'm safe. Violence within relationships, particularly sexual violence, has been overlooked for most of history. Given the context I mentioned earlier about sex being a duty of women within marriage and the fact that marital rape wasn't classified as a crime anywhere in the world until South Australia updated their law to remove the immunity from prosecution for sexual crimes formerly granted to husbands under the law in 1976. For context, that's the year my mother was born. Before this, rape of a married woman was only really seen as a crime if it was committed by a man she wasn't married to, as it was classified as a crime against a man's property under coverture, which was a common law concept that once married, women were seen simply as extensions of their husband's authority, despite the doctrine laying out a marital unity. A woman's legal existence as an individual was entirely subsumed by her husband, who gained control of pretty much everything. This is why, even up until recently, if letters were addressed to a household or a couple, they'd be Mr. and Mrs. John Smith, as it was considered correct etiquette never to separate a man's first and last name. Even after women were widowed or separated, they'd be referred to as Mrs. John Smith in deference to their husband, erasing their own identity entirely. Women were property, and therefore could be treated how the owner preferred. To this day, some countries and states don't recognize the concept of marital or coercive rape. This includes the concept of corrective rape, which has been used inside and outside of relationships throughout history to bring women into line.
In the United States, the actual causes of corrective rape are usually ignored or de-emphasized, thereby perpetuating the rates of sexual violence. Sexual violence is often framed in terms of the personal dynamics of a relationship rather than as a problem deeply rooted in traditional gender and sexual orientation norms. Americans seem to have a distorted, depoliticized view of rape, one that fails to include anyone but heterosexual women. However, corrective rape is political, systemic, group-based violence.
Queer women and ace people are in particular danger from those people who seek to cure our supposed abnormality through sex, or even see our orientation as some kind of challenge. An article in the Hastings Women's Law Journal in 2019 explains, corrective rape originally referred to rape perpetrated by straight men against lesbians in order to correct or cure their homosexuality. It is a punishment for being gay and for violating traditional gender presentation. This motive is usually made clear through verbal abuse during the act, which focuses on teaching a lesson to the victim and doing a favor by showing her how to be a real woman. The term is now used more broadly to refer to the rape of any member of a group that does not conform to gender or sexual orientation norms, where the motive of the perpetrator is to correct the individual. Historically, it's well known that lesbians and bi women are in more danger of assault from straight men, but ace people are often left out of this discussion entirely, partly because the world at large often refuses to acknowledge we even exist, which only worsens the problem. I'm not the first ace person to hear, "I'm sure you'll change your mind once you meet the right person," and I know I won't be the last. This ridiculous and frankly dangerous idea that I will change my mind and learn to like something that I have no interest in or desire towards, simply because it's the done thing, is gross. It also doesn't work. Remember the broccoli thing from earlier? I still hate broccoli. It's also never made sense to me because, at least as far as psychology goes, it's consistently proven that forcing someone to partake in something only turns them against it further. It's called reactance. It's why the idea of making your teenager smoke a whole pack of cigarettes in one night to turn them off smoking is a well-touted one. Overindulgence, or being forced into something frequently, only makes you reject it more intensely, or can even confirm to you that you don't like it. So, corrective assault isn't just evil, it's also entirely ineffective at its so-called goal. Although, we all know that's not its actual purpose. It's just a way for people to justify exercising control over others, as all sexual assault is, regardless of the reasoning given.
Not every sexual assault committed against an asexual person, even within a relationship, is corrective in intent. A disregard for consent does not in itself indicate that the perpetrator aims to change the sexual orientation, libido, or sex favorability of a victim. A perpetrator also does not need to be aware that the victim is asexual, as long as there is an intent to change who they are. However, even if a person is not out as asexual or even aware that they are, sexual violence can still be acephobic or amatonormative in intent. For example, a teenager who is not interested in dating and who is not developing sexual attraction, not participating in the conversations or activities of their friends, may be singled out for bullying. Many young people report that bullying turning into sexual harassment, sexual assault, and rape. The victim survivor may not realize until many years later that they are and were asexual, but neither victim or perpetrator needed to be aware for the violence to be about asephobia and reinforcing amatonormativity. Thus, a perpetrator who has never heard of asexuality who rapes a person out of a belief this will fix their fear of sex or intimacy is committing an act of corrective rape. They are trying to enforce sexual and relationship norms through the use of violence.
Courtney of the Ace Couple, whose voice you just heard, also did a brilliant podcast episode breaking down this study with Kate Wood, the person who conducted it, which I highly recommend listening to if you're interested. We're trained to expect the attitude towards asexuality or queerness to be one of rejection and dismissal, because that's not normal, which is why dating for ace people is an even bigger minefield than allo women. Because not only are we hypervigilant to all the same red flags as them, but we have the added fear that we could meet somebody who claims to accept us as we are, and only once we've let our guard down do they reveal their true feelings and use that to bully, coerce, or outright force us into performing sexual acts. We're often restricted to dating only other ace people in order to be completely certain our partner won't assault us or blame our asexuality on their cheating or abusive behavior, because we're not living up to their expectations for a relationship. Not all allos, obviously, but enough of y'all. Usually, but not exclusively men. Societally, men's biggest fear is being falsely accused of rape or domestic abuse. Women's biggest fear is being raped or murdered. Asexual people's biggest fear is being raped or murdered, and then having people hand-wave it away with baseless justifications entirely rooted in compulsory sexuality. A man can only go for so long without sex. Of course he was going to snap. Just victim blaming times 5. That's not normal. That's misogyny and rape culture. And if you think statements like "you'll change your mind if you meet the right person" are innocuous, you're helping to perpetuate it. Women have to be aware every second of every day of everything around them and anything they can do to mitigate some harm coming to them for daring to walk down the street. That level of constant hypervigilance is exhausting. And while it is probably the single most prevalent form of invisible labor in existence, it's not even the final kind of labor we need to discuss. Because there's one more level to this that has become more and more pervasive in recent years, because we're so busy yelling "not all men" to placate them in case the one time we forget to say it, they decide to kill us. The one that actually inspired me to make this video in the first place. The invisible labor of being required to say "not all men."
All day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, nymph, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, lived to attend him, show that he never lived. A whole lot of labor, 24/7 on my baby machine, so he can live out ends with different dreams. It's not an act of love, if you make her, you make me do too much labor.
I'm gonna film the rest of the video from here because the day that I decided to film all of this was also first day of my period, so I've been in excruciating pain the entire time I've been filming. I'm only leaving this in the video because it backs up my earlier points in like the first section about the way that women's health problems are just completely ignored. I'm gonna throw up for real. Okay. The labor of respectability politics is exhausting to all marginalized groups. When the Black Lives Matter protests happened and some idiots responded with "actually all lives matter," it was easy to see where that logic came from, but it was equally as easy to disprove it. Sure, all lives do matter, but saying that Black Lives Matter doesn't disprove that. The black person who hears it in response to their statement now has to do additional labor in order to explain why their campaign for their own human rights does not undermine the average white person's. But the white person's refusal to acknowledge the original point does undermine theirs. If somebody is campaigning for an endangered species like the rhino, it doesn't help anybody for you to go, "but why are you ignoring the orangutan?" The orangutan also needs help, but that's not what this campaign is about, and having to argue with protesters who don't understand why you can't mention that other animals are endangered is not only not helping, it's actively hindering the process. Queer people having to argue against conservatives labeling us as groomers is a similar kind of labor. There is an expectation that in order to integrate into society we should excommunicate members of our community that represent degeneracy, i.e. trans people and drag queens. And for those of us who refuse to do that, we have to then spend a great deal of time arguing with people about the non-existent dangers that trans people pose to society. As Joyce Carol Oates dealt with recently when a random TERF descended on her post about a completely unrelated issue, with the comment, "Now imagine a rape survivor facing a man in her restroom." Something not only irrelevant to what Joyce was discussing, animal abuse, but also entirely based in hyperbolic fear-mongering against trans women. The "so you hate waffles" fallacy is evergreen. Joyce responded in the only correct way, by posing her own completely irrelevant hypothetical not based in real events. Imagine a man facing an armadillo in the restroom. Scary. As a result, she was besieged by TERFs, who all rushed to tell her that not only was she belittling assault survivors, but she was also dismissing the trauma caused to assault survivors by the existence of trans people in bathrooms. Joyce responded to these people with aplomb, her most biting response to a woman who claimed that her 16-year-old former allied daughter doesn't want boys in her bathroom and is more apprehensive of trans women than regular boys or men. Yeah, I wonder where she got that from, Jane, considering you're so brain-rotted with trans hate that you're trying to argue with a famously polarizing, opinionated, and verbose author on Twitter. Joyce had this to say. Trying to understand why this is such a trauma for so many women. Are these restrooms at shopping malls, in restaurants, at schools? Judging from the hysteria on Twitter, there seems to be an epidemic of boys and men in restrooms across the US, yet no one I've queried has ever had any traumatic experience in a public restroom. We knew there were two Americas, but had no idea there is an America besieged by men in women's restrooms, and an America in which men in women's restrooms does not rank on any scale of problem. Joyce, I don't agree with you about everything, but I sure do love how willing you are to go to bat for the trans community. Not least because it means that, at least temporarily, those TERFs are directing their ire towards somebody who isn't trans, which takes the labor off our community for a little while. Palestinians, or supporters, being required to disavow Hamas before they call for Palestine's freedom from Israel, despite Hamas and Palestinian civilians being two separate things, or having to qualify a call to end Zionism with a promise that they are not anti-Semitic, falls under the same umbrella. I shouldn't have to say, not all Jewish people, when discussing Zionists, because not only does that take away from the issue at hand, it also upholds the implication that Zionism is Judaism, which it isn't, and that being anti-Zionist is tantamount to anti-Semitism, which it's not. Not all men is a qualifying phrase we add, not because it actually helps, but because for some reason, if we don't, men assume that we're talking about all of them when we discuss misogynistic, negative, dangerous behavior. Which is interesting. Why are you just assuming you're included in my direct dissection of bad men? Why do I need to cater my explanation of suffering under patriarchy to make sure I don't alienate you just in case you decide that my comments on the patriarchy are directed at you personally? Why do we, as the oppressed, have to be nice to our oppressors? For women and queer folks, the labor of respectability politics is not just in having to justify every negative statement we might make about misogynistic actions with not all men, it's also in the emotional toll of never knowing which man to trust. I've already talked about the ways the system is set up to fail, but let's dig even further into that. How can any woman feel comfortable calling the cops to report a domestic incident when cops kill and injure more women in domestics than any other demographic? Research suggests that cops are anywhere between 10% and 50% more likely to commit domestic abuse than the general population, depending on the country the study has taken place in. In fact, while researching this video, I wanted to check the commonly spread statistic that 40% of cops committed domestic violence, and when I looked on Snopes, the correction made me laugh because of how bleak it was.
It's true that two studies conducted in the early 1990s cited 40% as the percentage of police officers who admitted domestic violence occurs in their families. However, one of those studies used an overly vague definition of violence that the researchers said could have been interpreted in multiple ways. The other study muddied the issue by including abuse perpetrated by officer spouses in its data. The percentage of officers in that study who admitted specifically to perpetrating domestic violence was actually 28%.
28% is still outrageously high. If 28% of teachers admitted to abusing kids, we'd be rioting in the streets. Also, when educators do abuse kids, they're put on a registry or removed from education and not allowed to reapply. When cops are found to be abusive, there is very little, if any, action taken against them by their peers or supervisors, because it's baked into the culture of policing. On top of this, as Leah Wang points out in her response to the 2022 Bureau of Justice Statistics survey,
more and more police are threatening or using force against women. Women accounted for an alarming 31% of all people experiencing the threat or use of force by police, and over half of women, 51%, who experienced threat or use of force in their most recent police interaction reported that such conduct by police was excessive, a result which is up a significant 8 percentage points from the last survey in 2018.
And Black and Indigenous women are significantly more at risk. As Kimberly Crenshaw states, awareness of the level of police violence that Black women experience is exceedingly low. As a consequence, reporters don't lead with them, policymakers don't think about them, and politicians aren't encouraged or demanded that they speak to them. The unjust murders of women like Breonna Taylor have started to draw more attention to these injustices, but we're still a long way from addressing them systemically. In the wake of the Say Her Name movement, it came out that nearly 250 women had been fatally shot by police since 2015, 89 of whom had been inside their homes or temporary residences. In Australia, it's not much better. Cops who are reported for domestic violence are often shielded from consequences by their colleagues, who will do anything, up to and including pressuring the victim and leaking their location and safety plan to prevent the victim coming forward. There is a prevailing idea that allegations that could ruin a career are somehow more detrimental than the actions that led to those allegations. The number of police officers charged is strikingly low, given the extent and severity of the alleged violence and what we, even as a small project, hear from the people we support who experience this kind of abuse, said Lauren Caulfield, coordinator of the Policing Family Violence Project in Melbourne. Because police do not publicly report information about employees involved in domestic violence matters, it's difficult to get an accurate sense of the scale of the problem, Ms. Caulfield said. Information about officers who were charged, for example, doesn't include family violence callouts, police named as respondents on protection orders, or instances where victims have tried to report abuse and been discouraged or not taken seriously. Even just while I was researching this video, a cop was not only fired for having multiple charges against him relating to child sex abuse, which he pled guilty to, but he then proceeded to wear a DILF shirt to the hearing. God, I wish I was kidding. In the UK, Sarah Everard's rape and murder at the hands of the police officer who coerced her into his vehicle through intimidation and exploitation of his authority sparked nationwide protests. This eventually led to the publishing of a 363-page report on the institutionalized racism, misogyny, and homophobia that run rampant in the Met Police. Not news to anybody who'd actually had any run-ins with the Met Police, but seemingly news to the Met Police themselves. Police Commissioner Mark Rowley refused to use the word institutional, despite the findings, arguing, I'm accepting we have racists, misogynists, I'm accepting we've got systemic failings, management failings, cultural failings. This is about an organisation that needs to become determinedly anti-racist, anti-misogynistic, anti-homophobic. I'm not going to use a label myself that is both ambiguous and politicised. Institutional is not ambiguous, nor politicised. You're just stupid, I think. Saying we have systemic failings and then not calling the system racist or homophobic or sexist is a desperate last-ditch attempt to pretend that these are just bad apples that need to be weeded out and are not, in fact, baked into the system, like some kind of terrible, fucked-up misogyny apple pie. Wayne Couzens, Sarah's killer, had not only been reported for indecent exposure 3 times, one of which was just days before he abducted her. He was also known among his colleagues for being misogynistic, and there had even been numerous rumours around his alleged assault of a child and possession of indecent images of children. Similarly, David Carrick, who served in the same unit as Couzens and was recently sentenced to life in prison for numerous rapes committed between 2002 and 2021, while he was serving as a police officer, was also known to be sexist, and the force had received numerous behavioural complaints and even investigated him for domestic abuse in 2002 when he was still a rookie, but took no action, and even allowed him to own a gun, a rarity in England even for the police. For the Commissioner to read the report and have public examples of men like this, who consistently got away with their crimes and hid behind their badges, not just to avoid accountability, but frequently as a tactic to manufacture trust in their victims, and then not call the problem institutional, is naive or lying. As Sarah Everard's family pointed out, she's only dead because Wayne was a cop. She would never have gotten in a car with a stranger. It's not just cops that we're told to trust despite all evidence to the contrary. It's also religious leaders, such as priests and pastors. I don't even need to say anything here, just check the headlines literally any day of the week. Or Google Catholic Church scandal and ruin your own day. Just how easy it was for those people to get away with their abuse of minors. How protected they were by the veneer of the clergy. And the lifelong repercussions that had for thousands of victims. Perhaps worst of all is when it comes to doctors. These aren't just men we're supposed to look up to or trust in an ephemeral sense. These are men who have intimate physical access to us. And I struggle to think of anything more evil than choosing to abuse that power. The most famous example is probably Larry Nassar, the doctor to Olympic gymnasts who got away with grooming little girls and teenagers for his entire career, with the number of victims identified outnumbering Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby combined. And that's just the ones we know about and have proof of. There could be more. And as Hadley Freeman states in her article on the trial in 2018, the most obvious word this case sparks is how. How could this have ever been allowed to happen? How could USA Gymnastics have required hundreds of girls under its care to submit to a mandatory treatment from a man who would give them pelvic exams in their hotel or dorm beds at night, wholly unsupervised? And how could the complaints about him have been dismissed for so long? Larry Nassar was lauded as a great doctor, not least by himself, and he used that reputation to not only gain access to girls, but to make sure they felt too scared to come forward. Despite there being complaints about him reaching as far back as 1998, the year before I was born, he was never removed from his position. In fact, the entire industry was rife with cover-ups of abuse by coaches, so covering for a doctor, because he was such a good one, don't forget, was par for the course. Once again, justice wasn't delivered by those who were supposed to protect those girls, it was delivered by the girls themselves, bravely speaking out because they knew the system would only continue to protect him and every other abuser connected to him. There was also the fertility doctor exposed by the Netflix documentary Our Father in 2022, who had not only spent decades using his own sperm instead of donated sperm at his clinic, but he'd even gone so far as to do it to close friends of his, and became his own daughter's gynecologist, which she describes as disgusting and violating. Obviously, if she'd known, she never would have gone to her own father for those kinds of appointments. Despite every woman who this happened to describing it as violating and devastating, and the children who resulted from it being so disgusted they started a support group with each other and pushed to get him exposed, he was charged with obstruction of justice and given a 1-year suspended sentence. The siblings have also expressed a significant concern that because they were all from a similar area, they might end up unknowingly dating each other, or having their kids date. And Jacoba, who took the lead on bringing the siblings together and going after Klein, has made it her life's mission to make the discovery and transition as easy as possible for people who might have done a fun ancestry test and instead found out they're part of a web of one man's making. A lot of countries and states have varying legislation around knowingly passing on dangerous diseases or health issues through sex. In Australia, in every state, reckless HIV transmission is a crime, and knowingly passing on a disease could result in criminal charges. Yet somehow there isn't any legislation around not only injecting your sperm into unsuspecting women who trusted you with their health, but did so knowing you had a genetic predisposition towards autoimmune disorders, which would have precluded you from donation by the rules laid out in your own clinic. Somehow, that's not a pre-existing crime or a subsection of rape, perhaps because nobody ever thought anybody would do something so reprehensible. He's still alive, still hasn't taken responsibility, and he'll probably never be held accountable for his actions. Cool. Unfortunately, while these incidents are outliers in their sheer depravity, they're not an isolated occurrence. Multiple doctors have been exposed for sleeping with patients who were under anesthetic. In response to this tweet about a woman who discovered she was pregnant 4 months after she was under general anesthetic at the dentist, a female dentist said, "During my dental residency, there was a rule that a female resident always had to be present during wisdom teeth surgeries involving sedation because men." And this isn't an unusual rule. It's a rule born from experience, and in order to keep women safe from men. Not all men, but doctors and dentists and nurses who have access to unconscious women and choose to violate them just because they can. Your body, my choice, right, boys? How deeply ingrained is that idea in male identity that even as medical practitioners who've taken a literal oath to do no harm, you'll prey on vulnerable women given the chance? And then there's the celebrities, the public figures who pride themselves on their progressiveness, or even build their entire image around it, only for it to be revealed that it was all a lie. The reason I started writing this essay was because of Cody Ko. He built his name and his business and his image around being a progressive guy, and a not insignificant portion of his audience were women, including me. I identified as a woman for most of the time I watched him, who liked that he was willing to poke fun at other men for their regressive beliefs, to poke fun at himself, and who generally presented himself as a decent guy. Then it came out that he slept with Tana Mongeau when she was 17, knowingly, And not only did he not address these allegations, but he blocked comments regarding them, which, intentionally or not, funneled them directly to his wife's YouTube page instead. And then he proceeded to do a DJ gig where he played Justin Bieber's Sorry. I wish I was making this up. At the time of filming, December the 20th, 21st, he still hasn't apologized or addressed it. Cody Co is the example of this not that new kind of labor on women, where we try to remind ourselves that it's not all men, and so we seek out men we see as good representation or safe or trustworthy. And then, when they're exposed for being a piece of shit behind the scenes, we have to relearn it all over again. You can talk shit about parasocial relationships all you want, and I have. And I'm the first person to say that you do not know a public figure behind the scenes and anybody is capable of anything, but there is a consistent pattern of safe public male figures doing horrible heel turns in a way that is genuinely jarring for your psyche when you're trying so hard to believe they're good.
A way to swap one kind of heartbreak for another. Because basically Neil Gaiman is not special. Not as a writer, not as a man, and not as a monster. Neil Gaiman is, at best, a weak-spirited fellow in the face of forces that make sexual assault so fucking normal.
I never liked Ned Fulmer, but that was that heel turn for a lot of people. And he's not even close to the worst. Even if you personally didn't like a certain man and felt vindicated when allegations came out, other women were completely blindsided. Off the top of my head, I wrote down a list of every man that at one point was considered good, or at the very least fine, and then got exposed for bad behavior. And these are only ones that I came up with on the fly while writing this. I'm sure if I researched it, I would find far more. And before I start, I know it seems like this is a pile-on. I'm not saying no women are bad, and I'm not saying that there aren't good men out there. All I am saying is that it's becoming an increasingly common tactic for so-called good men to Scooby-Doo reveal themselves as an asshole the moment we let down our guard. If you want me to list off the good, trustworthy men, pull the other one. I am not jinxing myself again. The last time I had a conversation with a friend of mine about men we'd be genuinely devastated about if it turned out they secretly sucked, she named Cody Co, and I named Jack Black and Neil Gaiman. And then less than a month later, all three of those people's good reputations had been royally fucked. You're not catching me out again. I refuse to name a single man so that they all continue to strive to remain off this list. I'm also not going to mention men like Conor McGregor or Mike Tyson because not only were they convicted of crimes against women, but they have never not been terrible. This list is mostly reserved for men who had at least some public standing before their downfalls, even those ones who we can't remember that now because their downfalls were so public. This isn't to say that all of these allegations are true, by the way, just to cover my own ass legally, but regardless, these situations change the public perceptions of these men from good to untrustworthy, and every time it has happened, it has made women collectively feel less safe. Matt Rife, John Mulaney, Dave Chappelle, Ricky Gervais, Justin Timberlake, Joe Jonas, Dave Grohl, Leonardo DiCaprio,
Dream,
Zach Bryan, Drake, Shane Dawson, Jesse Rutherford, John Mayer, Percy Hines White, Brendan Urie, Ashton Kutcher, Gandhi, Oliver Stone, Jonah Hill, Sean Connery, Wilbur Soot,
Justin Baldoni,
Alfred Hitchcock, Francis Ford Coppola, Kanye West, Thomas Middleditch, TJ Miller, Gus Johnson, John Hamm, Mark Wahlberg, Mel Gibson, Dustin Hoffman, Joss Whedon, Justin Roiland, Emile Hirsch, Casey Affleck, Jeffrey Tambor, Jason Mitchell, Matt Lauer, Noel Clark, Cass Anvar, John Lasseter, Jerry Seinfeld, Paul Walker, Louis C.K., David Dobrik, Dirty Dom, Armie Hammer, Brett Ratner, Johnny Depp, Chris Noth, James Charles, Ansel Elgort, Errol Flynn, Dan Schneider, Charlie Sheen, Bill Clinton, Jonathan Majors, Boy in a Band, Neil Gaiman, James Franco, Alex Elmsley, David O. Russell, Max Landis, John Landis, Brad Pitt, Tail, Marilyn Manson, Michael Fassbender, Cuba Gooding Jr., Jared Leto, Clark Gable, CeeLo Green, Shia LaBeouf, Chris Brown, Eric Clapton, Blake Jenner, Russell Brand, Austin Jones, Danny Masterson, Jared Fogle, Oscar Pistorius, Stephen Collins, Kevin Spacey, Jerry Lee Lewis, Steven Tyler, Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, Bill Wyman, Woody Allen, Drake Bell, Bryan Singer, R. Kelly, Rolf Harris, Bill Cosby, Jimmy Savile, Roman Polanski, Charlie Chaplin, the Burning Sun scandal, which implicated numerous men, but notably Seungri of Big Bang, Jun Jun-young, Chae Jung-hoon, and Lee Jung-hyun, OJ, and P. Diddy. 107. 107 men just off the top of my head as I was writing this video, who took advantage of the goodwill afforded to them by their image to exploit, harm, and subjugate women and minorities. Not all men. I have to believe that. I have to remind myself every day that despite the systemic, institutionalized misogyny running rampant across the world, that it doesn't mean men as a gender are inherently evil. Not all men. But 107 without having to try. Not all men, but my father, my friends' fathers, statistically fathers more than mothers. Not all men, but cops, priests, lawyers, teachers, prison guards, soldiers, doctors, nurses, dentists, politicians. Not all men, but potentially any man when given even a modicum of power or influence. Not all men, but at least 72 who were willing to sneak into a house and rape a drugged woman because her husband had propositioned them. 72 ordinary men who walked past her on the street or greeted her in town. 72 who were comfortable with abusing an unconscious woman and letting it be filmed. Not all men, but firefighters, nurses, fathers, civil servants. Not all men, but a man who by all accounts was a loving and devoted husband for decades. Not all men, but men I've known, men I was friends with, men I trusted. The male loneliness crisis might be real, but it still isn't our responsibility. Just like organising a celebration for International Men's Day isn't our responsibility despite the clear expectation otherwise. As if men are the ones organising International Women's Day celebrations. They're not. Recently, a guy posted on Twitter about going on his first ever date, and instead of being supportive and hyping him up, men couldn't bully him fast enough. Supposedly, he's doing the right thing, but because he's doing it wrong, or because he's not conventionally attractive enough to deserve it, that gives toxically masculine men who wouldn't know real love if it smacked them in the face license to try and ruin his life. If there's a male loneliness crisis, it isn't being caused by women. It also can't be fixed by trying to return to a time when we were a subjugated class so you can finally feel like a big man again. Loneliness in men isn't caused by a lack of trad wives or by woke commie cucks. It's caused by the perpetuation of toxic ideas of manhood that will ruin any chance young men have at a fulfilling relationship. In the kindest, most empathetic way possible, this is a you problem. I understand how hurtful it is when you're talking about an issue and someone throws back an all lives matter equivalent to shut down your argument, and I understand that this video probably feels a bit like that to some of you. But may I counter with, the reason I understand that sentiment so well is because existing as a woman is constantly having our pleas for help or change trivialized and derided with throwaway platitudes. When we reach out for help and the system throws it back in our faces, that's just life. But when the system stops working for you, suddenly there's an issue. When we tell you that all women have been attacked, degraded, or otherwise made uncomfortable by a man, and you don't believe us, we're supposed to just grit our teeth and move on. Maybe have the conversation again at the next family gathering, or just give up entirely. When women deal with systemic oppression, degradation, constant threats of sexual violence, and death threats, that's just the price of existing as a woman in society. It's our own fault for getting a PhD and posting about it, or releasing music, or being attractive, or being unattractive. It's my fault for uploading YouTube videos. I mean, really, what did I expect? It's part of the course of being a public figure. I should probably just get used to it. It's my own fault for wanting to put my art out there in the first place. It was my fault for dancing in a club. It was my fault for walking on a street in the dark. It was my fault for dressing up. It was my fault for not doing as I was told. It was my fault for being too friendly to my coworker. It was my fault for using that tone of voice. It was my fault for not smiling. It was my fault for forgetting that his emotions come first, and he was already in a bad mood anyway, Tallis, and you know what I'm like when I'm upset. It's not my fault, I can't help it. Sometimes I just get so angry I can't control myself. You should know better by now than to antagonize me on a bad day. You deserve what you get. Look what you made me do.
Stop crying, this is all your fault anyway.
Sorry.
Didn't mean to. I'm a bad person. I don't know why you put up with me. I should just go and drive my car into a brick wall.
And then it's my job to comfort him, to pick up the pieces and promise he's not a bad person and beg him not to kill himself, because I don't know what I'll do if he does that, and it's my fault. It's all my fault. His actions, the consequences of his actions, and my inability to escape the cycle of abuse. All of it is on me. After all, it's the oppressed's job to comfort the oppressor when he feels bad about the oppressing. Who else is supposed to do it? Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the system set up to benefit men doesn't leave them behind too? Not all men, apparently.
I'd just like to give a massive shout out and thank you to all of the wonderful people who lent their voices to this video. The Leftist Cooks, Neil and Sarah, Hoots, Scott from NerdSync, David J. Bradley, Courtney from the Ace Couple, Mildred from Thought Slime, Miranda Katita, Jessie Gender, Lady Knight the Brave, Lol Shop of Ali, Batman Ultra 7, Legal Kimchi, Courtney, Kelly, Willie Muse, and Just Emerald. If I've forgotten any of you, please come and beat me to death with a stick, thank you. And also, in lieu of reading my patrons over the credits as I usually would, what I'm planning to do this time is to roll the credits of my wonderful, wonderful, wonderful patrons who I love so very dearly. Thank you so much for being so very, very patient with me all. It took me absolutely forever and about 14 different personal catastrophes to get this video out. I'm never making a video this long again. But instead of reading them out, what I'm going to do is play the audio of a poem I wrote and performed when I was at university that I wrote after I got assaulted in a club on what was supposed to be a really fun night out, because I think it highlights the points I'm trying to make in this video. And thank you so much for sticking with the video this long. It means a lot to me, because I cannot express how much of a labor of, maybe not love, but like earnest soul this video was. Thank you.
He's dancing too close while Mr. Brightside plays. His hand is on my waist, shirt pulled taut, and it feels wrong, but I can't pull away. I've known him for 2 years, and we weren't friends, but I liked him. He's always nice to me, so maybe I'm overreacting. I know that he's a nice guy. It's not a crime, is it? It's not a crime. It's not. So why does it feel like one when his hands touch my hip like he owns it, like my flesh is something he can possess without asking, without even making eye contact? He's behind me so I can't back towards safety. His arm is around my front now so I can't run. And why would I? It's not a crime. It's not. It's not illegal when they call out from their cars. It's not even a misdemeanor to slap my ass as they pass, and people barely glance in my direction on the dance floor. While this man that I know, man that I liked, man I respected, slides his hand across my flesh unwarranted as I desperately try to find a good enough reason to make him stop. It's not a crime. Because even when it is a crime, sometimes it's still our fault. Dressed one way, walked one way, met the wrong guy, didn't call back, forgot to smile on the tube, didn't accept his compliment properly. I want to pull away, to make a fuss, to tell him to stop, but I'm scared of that too. I know too many girls who died because they said no. It's not a crime. And I don't think he knows how much this hurts me, how much I want to scream as his finger catches my waistband, and I'm sure he'd feel bad if he knew. When he sobers up tomorrow, he probably won't even remember it. If I tell him, it'll only make him feel guilty, so maybe I shouldn't. If I don't, will he keep doing this? Is that my responsibility? It's not a crime. Women take on the burden for other women, warn them about those guys, tell them the right strategies to escape, and still men wonder why we don't come to them with our fears. Not all men are rapists, they complain. Well, not all women want to have built-in panic walking home in the dark, unsure which one of those not all men is going to hurt us. It's not a crime. It's just another uncomfortable dance, one I should be used to by now with a man who had always been nice to me. When the chorus hits, I yank myself from his grip, pretend I want to jump to the beat, try not to feel guilty when I see his disappointment. It's not a crime. But when you grow up being taught to let the little things slide, to try not to fight when they do something harmless,
you start to wonder if it even matters. Sarah Everard did everything right, and she still died. At the hands of a man whose job description is protection, another woman gone for having the audacity to walk home alone. It's not a crime. I'll be ridiculed for even suggesting it might be. It was just a dance, he didn't even do anything, don't overreact. I can hear the objections before I even decide to speak. So I don't. I take this on like the last time it happened, like all the times I let those men invade my safety, and I justify that silence by reminding myself it's not a crime.